Should be good.
It's ridiculously sensitive.
Okay, great. So we're going to get started. I know, we love socializing. I know. All right, it is 6:48 p.m., so I'm going to call this meeting to order. Thank you for your patience. So I'm going to call this meeting to order. This is the May full board meeting for Manhattan Community Board 2. I'm the chair, Valerie De La Rosa, and we'll do a quick roll call and then we'll go. We do have Councilmember Epstein here, so if he's ready to go, otherwise we will call attendance. Let's do roll call. Are you ready to go? Okay, we'll have Councilmember Epstein go and then we'll take roll call. Thanks.
Good evening, everyone. Oh, wait. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Everyone, like we had summer and then it did, right? It's summer. Oh, I think yesterday felt like 95, 100 degrees, and today it's like a nice spring day. So hope everyone's doing well. For folks who don't know me, my name is Harvey Epstein, council member right here in District 2. I want to thank the community board for all their work. I know there's a lot on the agenda tonight, so I won't take up too much time. You know, there's a lot, Monica from my team is right over back there. So if people know Monica, we're doing, there's some stuff coming on City Hall. We're having budget hearings. People know last week the mayor released it's called the executive budget. The executive budget sets forward what the mayor is proposing, what we do in the city's budget this year. We will have hearings starting next week to figure out what we. Hi, good evening. We want to make sure that, well, are they spending in the right place? Is the budget projections make sense? Those hearings are all open to the public, so people can go on the city council website to want to come. My hearing for consumer worker protections next Friday. Welcome to come to that. And then we'll be doing hearings till mid-June, and then between mid-June and the end of June, we'll hopefully finalize the budget. You heard from our Albany folks are here soon. They're now going back and forth on the budget. About 3 out of the 11 budget bills have been passed, and they'll finish them up on Tuesday, maybe to Wednesday. So a lot of the state budget issues are kind of getting settled. So that'll help us on the city side inform how much money we're getting from Albany and whatever changes. There were going to be some changes to SECR, so I think the board should look at that. And we haven't seen final language, but it's going to impact how land use happens here in the city. So I think those will be something that'll impact communities like ours and other communities around the city. And the changes to insurance are only going to be focusing on auto insurance, so people should just check in about that as well. And so the last thing I'll say is we've heard a lot of feedback on the 4th Avenue bike lane. People have heard about the 2A. Maybe you've heard about it. 2A on Lafayette. No, not the hundreds of emails I've gotten about this. We appreciate the board taking time. I do think we need more time to study the 2A on Lafayette. I don't think it makes sense to do it right now, especially above Astor Place. And I think going back to DOT, and I know the road's already kind of getting repaved already, but really making sure that the community's heard, especially the schools and seniors or people concerned about their safety. Last thing I'll say is, our next event, our Juneteenth event, we had an API event tonight, was great. Thanks for folks who came. We're doing a Juneteenth event right here at Merchant's House, right next to Merchant's House in the park. People know that Merchant's House is recently discovered that it was a site for the Underground Railroad. Seems fitting to do a Juneteenth event to celebrate the history of people in resistance, and that's what really Juneteenth is all about. And if the chair allows, if there's a question or two, I'm happy to answer them.
One, of course, always. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to visit with us this evening. So, of course, if any board members have questions they'd like to ask Councilmember Epstein on Zoom or in the room, please raise your hand and I will call on you.
If not, I'm happy to
Wow.
let you get to your roll call vote
Okay.
and enjoy your evening.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks,
you all.
Councilmember Epstein. Thank you, Monica. All right, so I'm going to hand it over to our second vice chair, Donna Raftery, who is going to do roll call.
There's another one. Okay, let's go. So, Susanna Aaron, William Benesh, Keen Berger. Okay, Carter Booth. Katie Bordenero is absent with notice. Anita Brandt. Amy Brenna. Rich Cacapolo. Nina Chen.
Remember, in order to be on Zoom, we do
You
need
need
you
to
to have your
stay
camera
dumb-
turned
have
on
your-
and to actually audibly let us know that you're here. Thanks.
Yeah,
Nina Ch-
here, sorry, I was, couldn't find the unmute button and,
Valerie
here.
De La Rosa. Chris Dignas.
Here.
Arturo Fernandez. Mara Fitzgerald. Stella Fitzgerald is absent with notice. Cormac Flynn. Susan Gammy. David Gruber. DJ Jane is absent with notification. Susan Kent. Ryder Kessler is absent with notice. Janine Kiley. Patricia Laria. Janet Liff. Benjamin Listman. Ed Ma. Okay, he's there. Paul McCabe is absent with notice. Eric Olson. Brian Pape. Donna Raftery is here. Lois Rakoff. No, that's right, absent with notification. Bo Riccobono. Sean Ryan is absent with notification. Rosia Sands. Shirley Secunda. Ed Siegel. Frederica Siegel absent with notice. Emma Smith absent with notice. Dr. Shirley Smith absent with notice. Chenault Spence. Let's see. Sean Sweeney. Okay. Susan Wittenberg is
Here.
online. Anthony Wong is not here. Eugene Yu. Okay. That's it.
Thank you so much. So now we will go to our public session. So I'm going to hand the floor over to our first vice chair, Eugene Yu, who will run us through the public session and give the lowdown on how that all goes. Thanks, Eugene.
All right, thank you, Valerie. So we'll begin the public session. Speakers will have an allotted 2 minutes to speak. What I will do is I'll first call on people in the room. We're going to organize it by topic. For people in the room, I will call 3 names. If you can come up in groups of 3, that will make the public session go a lot easier. So I'll begin with the first 3 names. David Eitel, Stanley Lito, and Gary Weitzer. We have David Eitel here. Okay, then why don't we move on to Stanley Lito?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me say that I have great respect for the people at the Department of Transportation and for the Community Board. But the community, the apartment building that I live in with 360 residents at Stewart House, overwhelmingly opposed to the 2-way bike lanes, very concerned about public safety for people with disabilities, for seniors, for small children, and our neighbors across the street at Grace Church School, extremely frightened about the threat to children's public safety. And I say this as a former deputy schools chancellor for the city of New York, where I had responsibility for public safety. And we very much opposed anything that would put our children in jeopardy. There is a proposal to have a protected bike lane on Broadway, which would satisfy the interests and the needs of bikers, biker advocates, people in the commercial area who want to deliver, property or material on a regular basis. Convenience is not the same as public safety. This is a serious, dangerous public safety issue. I know why the parents at the school are so vehemently opposed to this. I know why people in our building who have been jeopardized many, many times. This is not about accidents that have been reported. People are winding up in very, very difficult circumstances, and having a two-way bike lane on this street is a threat to people's public safety. And that's why when the council member said we should not go forward on this, we should think it through, there are lots of people who agree with this. And I really hope that we will not approve this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If you could just state your name again. Just state your name again when you start. Could you step a little closer to the mic?
If you ever walk past the two-way bike lanes on the West Side Highway, you would realize how unsafe it is and how difficult it is to get across the street because they do not respect traffic signs. Astor Place, Wegmans, DoorDash, this is a hub for bicycle, food delivery, and many of them are illegal motorized bicycles. They go any which way they want. They ignore the traffic lights. They don't go diagonal across intersections. So signs are ignored today. New signs will not do anything.
All right, thank you. The next three names, Daniel Miller, Nina Roberts, Susan Bloom. Dan Miller. Okay. Then we'll move on to Nina Roberts. Oh, yeah, Nina, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Nina Roberts, and I live on the corner of Lafayette Street and Prince Street. I am very much opposed to this plan. I am a bike rider. I ride City Bike every day. I love it. I ride in the neighborhood all the time. The way the bike paths are now just suits me fine. I ride on Broadway, on the Bowery, on Lafayette. Everything works wonderfully. But what my real opposition is here is not to have two lanes of moving traffic on Lafayette Street. I feel like that is extremely dangerous to only have one lane of moving traffic. It's so unnecessary, considering that the whole reason why this redesign would happen would be to make the bike lane wider. I just feel like I've talked to a lot of businesses and residents and the fire department on Lafayette Street. No one knows that this plan is on the table. The DOT's contingency plan for if there is gridlock traffic is for the fire engine to take the bike lane. And I just find that really dangerous for bike riders and pedestrians. And when I talked to a patrolling NYPD officer, I asked him if he was aware of this, and he said no. And I said, you know, the plan from DOT is to take the bike lane. And he mentioned that he had taken the bike lane, not in our neighborhood, but somewhere else to, you know, that was the only open way he could go. and there was a jogger in the bike lane, and the jogger just stopped and looked at him like, you know, F you, what are you doing in the bike lane? So I just feel like this is a really bad plan. Got 2 minutes.
That's 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Susan Bloom. With regards to two-way bike lanes on Fourth Avenue, I have concerns, especially for pedestrians and children. When crossing Fourth Avenue, I never trust that bicycles, especially the delivery bicycles, will obey the traffic signs. I look both ways. Even then, I'm terrified. 2 bike lanes will increase the possibility of accidents. It is difficult to judge the velocity of the bikes, as many are traveling 20 or more miles per hour. When looking both ways, it's hard to know how much time you have to cross those lanes. Before adding two-way bike lanes, there must be rules codified and understood. There must be accountability. Fourth Avenue is a major northbound route for buses, fire trucks, ambulances, and taxis. There are often 2, 3, or 4 buses parked along Fourth Avenue. Eliminating a lane will increase congestion. Manhattan is not a bucolic town. It's commercial and residential city. Businesses have deliveries, ambulances respond to emergencies, fire trucks need a wide berth. The elderly, the infirm need the taxis. Reducing lanes creates more congestion and pedestrian peril. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call the next 3 names. Alexander Naratov, Robert Sakota, and Samir Lavingia.
Alexander Naratov. I live on corner of Prince and Lafayette Street. I've been there for.
You need to raise the mic and
So-
turn the dial up.
So Alexander Naratov, living on the corner of Prince and Lafayette now for 46 years. My issue is the traffic lane reduction. The DOT plan leaves 3 lanes and proposes 2 parking lanes and a single through traffic lane. That is not going to work either as a permanent improvement or as a trial basis. What is missing in this concept is the idea of redundancy. Redundancy is the key of any design of transportation systems. It's required to keep open any thoroughfare classified as a regional artery that Lafayette Street really is. No significant artery in New York can function with a single lane of through traffic. Claims DOT made to the contrary are simply false. In every case where a major artery is reduced to a single through lane by the redesign, there's actually a bus lane or a continuous turn lane that doubles as the reserve or as the backup lane in case the traffic lane is blocked. The unique characteristic of this design is that they're putting in 2 parking lanes and a through lane. Therefore, the simplest accident breakdown blocks the entire artery completely. There is no backup, and a bike lane is not a serious proposition for a backup for a major artery. Bike lanes get routinely blocked by delivery vehicles, by either bicycle delivery vehicles. That's not a real solution. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rob Sakota. I'm actually a resident of CB1, but I do bike, walk, and actually even occasionally drive in CB2. I'm in favor of the 2-way bike lane on Lafayette for a number of reasons. But the most important of which is that, currently when you bike in the neighborhood and you can't go south on Lafayette, people are generally forced to go on Broadway. That's not a good situation for the bikers, but it's not a good situation for people walking or driving as well. I think we would all be better served, bikers, walkers, and drivers, to have a more focused, protected two-way bike lane on Lafayette than the current situation where you've got a less orderly southbound biking path where people are mixed up on Broadway, which isn't good for anyone. I'd like to commend the Transportation Committee. I think they did a great job in terms of putting DOT through their paces, in terms of asking a lot of questions. But I think it's a plan that should move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good to go.
Yes,
All right.
just state your name first.
Will do. Hi, my name is Samir Lavingia. I used to live in the neighborhood. I live uptown. I often bike through this area. I'm in favor of the two-way bike lane. I just want to start by saying, so I'm on my community board 5, here in a personal capacity, but our experience is that when we go to agencies and we say, we support your plan, but here's the, list of things we'd want to see done differently, they tend to listen quite a bit more. Our experience is that if we say no, unless you do a laundry list of things, they just they see it as us taking our ball home and they just ignore all of our opinions. So I would encourage you to take this opportunity to listen to the community and give that feedback to the DOT via this resolution. And I think if you say no and you don't vote this resolution forward, you're just giving up your opportunity to be heard. Generally, I support biking all over the city. The mayor, ran on updating a lot of our streets and he won overwhelmingly. And I think that the DOT has brought a compelling proposal and I think it's a good idea to trust the experts. Thank you.
All right, the next three names, Barack Friedman, Mary Clark, and Chris Sanders. Yes, so before you give your testimony, just begin with your name so we have it for the record.
Hey, everybody, Barack Friedman. I support this plan for a number of reasons. One, increased pedestrian space, yay. Two, great for children. Now children could even bike to school, which is a resurgence all across the country. So make the biking safer. Children could bike to school, and it's what children want. About one-way versus two-way bike lanes. A one-way bike lane makes about as much sense as a one-way sidewalk. Like, oh, you can only walk this direction. You can't walk the other way. It just doesn't make that much sense. It's not really intuitive. So anyway, since the plan is more pedestrian space, safer, more intuitive, all the studies about decreasing traffic injuries are like, hey, let's improve the infrastructure. So, hey, here's your chance, improve the infrastructure. In summary, I support the plan. Thanks.
There's a question as to what
Hey,
you
everybody,
want.
I'm asking what my
Board
relation
members-
is.
If board members have a question, if you could raise your hand and then we'll call and recognize you with the microphone.
Okay.
Amy?
Amy?
Hi, it would be super helpful if people could tell us about what neighborhood they're in when they speak.
Hey, my relationship to this neighborhood is I work for Mount Sinai and I have to go to 14th Street, Union Square. Thanks.
I don't know how to do this. This? All right. How's that? Hi, I'm Mary Clark. I've lived on Bond Street since 1979. I'm going to repeat what my neighbors have already said because we are not being heard, not by DOT and not by the committee. NoHo has changed dramatically over the past few years. It's unrealistic to expect DOT to be able to design a viable plan that reflects the ever-changing retail and cultural shifts that shape our streetscape. Those of us who live and work here know that reducing traffic to a single lane is ludicrous and dangerous. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Community Board, for letting me speak. My name is Chris Sanders, and I live on Fifth Avenue, and I often work in the area, and I shop at Wegmans specifically a lot, and used to drink coffee every morning. In any case, I support the Lafayette Street bike lane plan because currently Broadway is totally unsafe, and all of the delivery drivers are out here in these streets serving the community. The young people are serving the old people, and the situation is dangerous out there in these streets. They're delivering food to your homes, and they are delivering products and services to you all, and you all are disrespecting them by not providing the infrastructure that we need to be safe. Thank you very much. I support this plan. They need to do it yesterday, do it no matter what. This is the #1 reason why I voted for Zohran Mamdani to be mayor of New York City.
If you could stay up here, I'm
Sir,
sorry, there
sir.
are some questions for you, sir.
There's a question for you.
If we can get a mic to Susanna.
I just wanted to know what's on your cap.
Oh, it's my bike hat.
I see. Are you a supporter of transportation alternatives? Or are you,
I support them, yes.
I see. Was there an invitation sent through transportation alternatives to come to this, an encouragement to come to this meeting?
Yes, there was an invitation sent out to everybody. I went to the previous meeting, and so that's why I know about this
Thank you.
meeting.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you. I'll call the next batch of names. Robert Drake and John Traco. And John Traco, Robert Drake. All right, if you could just state your name first.
Yes, name is John Trico. Tonight I came here all the way from across the Bowery from CB3, but visiting our neighbors to the west. I'm here to state my support as a close neighbor of this plan, of the street safety improvements citywide that it feeds into. And as a frequent commuter through this stretch on the way uptown, I know my life, for one, be much improved by the project. And I think those who have concerns should look to some of the work that the city has done about how those concerns will be mitigated. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The next several names, we'll move on to people that have signed up on the Zoom. So on the Zoom, if we could get, Mark, if we could get I'll state 3 names, and if you could just work to make them available to speak. Okay. Sure. So we have just first name Rob Houtenbos. Okay, so Rob. Susan Brindle. And then Serena Richard.
You hear me? Can I speak?
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Rob Houtenbos, live on Great Jones Street. Lafayette Street is a primary northbound corridor that is already congested, and with major construction and hundreds of new residential units coming, cutting it to 1 lane is exactly the wrong move. Buses, deliveries, and emergency vehicles will be impacted. The Great Jones Fire Station is steps away, We can't afford new choke points where seconds matter. A two-way bike lane on a one-way street also creates serious pedestrian danger for the seniors, families, and tourists who fill these sidewalks daily. If bike infrastructure is needed, which I personally like, remove a parking lane, not a moving traffic lane. Residents are absorbing one disruption after another. This proposal goes too far. I urge the committee to reject it and find a solution that works for everyone who uses this corridor. Thank you very much.
Okay, next, do we have Susan Brindell?
Hi, my name's Susan Brindell. I live on Great Jones Street for 30 years. I'm an avid cyclist, and my husband and I are senior citizens, and we ride bikes everywhere. That said, my sister-in-law was hit by a bike and disabled for 7 months, stepping off a curb. She may have been distracted, but most New Yorkers are very distracted. I also think while I love one-lane bike lanes, I find that with two-lane bike lanes, especially with all the electric delivery bikes, it's incredibly difficult and disconcerting and very dangerous for pedestrians. Once again, I ride in New York every day, and I manage to go to and from Soho, from other boroughs, from uptown, with the one-lane system that we have. Additionally, my major concern is the idea of taking away a lane on Lafayette Street. And in order to have these two bike lanes, I don't know what other solutions, taking away a parking lane maybe would be much better. But the entire board, as well as anyone that lives in any vicinity, near the vicinity, knows we have two approximately 20-story residential towers coming to our neighborhood, groundbreaking probably in 2027. That means hundreds of new residents, hundreds. And we will have, apart from ambulances, fire trucks, we are going to have cement mixers and cranes and double parked vehicles making deliveries and tons of new workers coming in and out. And eventually, all those people living in those buildings will have tens of deliveries, lots of service people, and the neighborhood really is undergoing a drastic monumental change. And those of us who live here and have for many years already are feeling very clobbered by all of it. And it just seems, as one other person said, ludicrous to think about trying a one lane, let alone, not even, why don't we wait and try a one lane after this all starts instead of coming back to the drawing board and fighting, getting it back? Thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, great, thank you. Mark, we have the next three names. Oh, sorry, you're right, Serena Richard.
Turn off video, turn off sound.
Serena, if you're online, you can speak now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My husband's on another line and I think there may be a bit of an echo. I'm sorry. I am firmly opposed to this proposal for safety reasons. We are already in the midst of a safety crisis based on the continuous, frankly, often hostile refusal by the many anonymous bike riders and motorized delivery riders to follow even the most basic rules of riding courtesy. I think it's hard to ignore this fact, and ignoring this when it is clear there is a desperate need for these serious safety and quality of life issues to be rectified while plowing ahead with a plan to expand ridership in our neighborhood is extremely ill-advised. The accident statistics provided at prior meetings do not come close to capturing the actual harm and near misses from the current free-for-all we are experiencing. Thank you. And I should have said at the start of this that I'm a resident of the Stewart House at 70 East 10th Street.
All right, thank you very much. The next three names, Gregory Bander. Roger Skelton, and OJ Obenani. Apologize for that. Gregory Bander. Okay. Oh, he may be. Okay. All right, great. Gregory.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Gregory Bander. I represent the Stewart House shareholders, a 350-unit co-op at 10th Street and 4th Avenue, where I serve as the board president. I want to be clear that we are not anti-bike. We strongly support safer streets and protected bike lanes, but we strongly oppose this proposed two-way bike lane due to serious pedestrian safety concerns and the total lack of enforcement of traffic laws relating to bikes. We instead support a safer alternative, including a southbound protected bike lane on Broadway. This is especially concerning for children and seniors who are a large part of our community. As a parent of a 5-year-old and a 1-year-old, I see how unpredictable bike lane and bike traffic feel. My son is more comfortable crossing car lanes than bike lanes, often asking me to pick up his scooter to put what he knows to cross the bike lane. With frequent red light running, high-speed e-bikes that are growing in number, and virtually no enforcement, a two-way bike lane will significantly increase the danger as compared to what we already see today. I have received many messages from shareholders of incidents and close calls with bicycles, including a shareholder who was knocked unconscious by an e-bike traveling against traffic laws. Our shareholders are feeling deeply emotional about this situation and very concerned about this proposal. We urge you to consider safer alternatives and stand with the community that you represent, and we are asking to be heard. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we have OJ. I'm sorry. Next, we have Roger Skelton. Roger. We can't hear you, Roger. All right, why don't we skip, Roger, we'll go back to you. I'm just gonna skip ahead of the next person, we'll come back to you. OJ?
Yeah, good afternoon, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is OJ Obenani. I'm a trustee at Grace Church School. I'm also a cyclist, and at the April 28th TNT committee meeting, I submitted to the DOT and to the board a traffic study conducted by the University of Leeds, a 22-year traffic study that showed that contraflow, which is a two-way bike lane on a one-way street, while it might be safer for cars and bicyclists, it increases the safety risk to pedestrians. There's a 50% increase in incidents comparing before and after two-way bike lanes. And we submitted that study. The DOT subsequently submitted some data that showed negligible increase in pedestrian casualties based on two-way bike lanes. That data is not aligned with the NYPD's data on traffic incidents that involve bicyclists and pedestrians. And so when asked for the source of their data, the DOT is yet to respond. In comparing the NYPD's data to the streets that the DOT had submitted, that data confirmed the 22-year study that there is a significant increase to pedestrian casualties from bicyclists. And so we had submitted this alternative plan that diverts the bicycle traffic and creates a protected bike lane southbound on Broadway, and we have urged the DOT to seriously consider this. Several others in our neighborhood, in the school's neighborhood from Stewart House, have supported this plan as well. We have submitted over 500 petitions in support of this plan, and we urge the board to vote for the resolution, but really to enforce the requirement that the DOT seriously considers
If you
the
could wrap it up,
impact
please.
to pedestrians.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go back to Roger. Roger Skelton. Okay, we'll go back to him. Oh, you have him. Okay, Roger, you need to accept a promotion so you could speak.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wow, thank you. Okay, I'm Roger Skelton, and I'm a resident, a shareholder at the Stewart House, 70 East 10th Street. And I'm firmly opposed to this plan purely because it's based on a fallacy that the majority of bike operators follow the rules, the safety rules. It's just false. The enforcement is zero. And the explosion in the use of e-bikes, scooters, and the other motorized micro mobility vehicles has overwhelmed law enforcement. The result is a free-for-all that has seriously degraded the quality of life of the city's pedestrians. I see it every day, I experience it every day in our neighborhood. So I believe it's time to bring the rights and safety of pedestrians up to speed with everything else the city is doing. I think it's time to pause the accommodation of bike operators until the city can focus, and until the city has achieved a level of protection for the pedestrians, be it registration of all motorized vehicles, because the bike riders are anonymous. But I guess that's my view. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mark, we have the next 3 names on the Zoom. Sure thing. Nancy Manfredi.
Made a very good point.
Okay. No, Francis Boswell.
Where's the picture? You get the picture.
And then, okay, Roger Skelton. Could we mute Roger Skelton?
Yes.
Mute.
Mute. Mute.
You already spoke. Mike McGinnis. Okay, so we'll just go to Francis then.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear
Hi,
you.
my name is Frances Boswell, and I live on Great Jones and Lafayette. I've lived there for 25 years and raised my family there. And both of my now grown children are avid cyclists. And I want to say how firmly I am against this plan. I don't have more information. I thought that the study was very interesting, the idea that really we're not protecting pedestrians. There are swarms of pedestrians, everywhere on the on Lafayette, and so I have nothing new to add, but I just want to say that I am firmly against this plan. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. If there's anyone else online who wanted to speak on the bike lanes. Okay, this is only for if you want to speak on the bike lanes. Go ahead. Okay. So I'm asking only for people that.
Those who recognized on the floor as a board member to speak, please raise your hand.
I'm asking if I did not call your name and you wanted to testify on the bike lanes only, please raise your hand.
Can I speak or are we gonna?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Emily Jacoby. I am the only paid member of Transportation Alternatives in this space. And I'm here to speak to you all about why we support this plan. And I just want to at first honor not a single person should be fearful on our streets. We need to design a city where we all have the space we need, the safety features we need, and the connections we need. And that's a right for all and for everybody. There's no arguing with that. I do just want to share that lead study was looking at an entirely different typology of bike lane. It was not looking at protected bike lanes at all. It was looking at streets without them where you have traffic biking against them. So that's not a typology we use in New York City. It's not quite relevant to our conditions on Lafayette Street. So I just want to leave that with the board and with the community. Data, looking at these typologies and comparing types of streets is really, really important. We are seeing in the city that cyclists are slowing down when we have two-way bike lanes. We are seeing that. It is true data. It's not made up by DOT. DOT also uses NYPD data to analyze their crash data. So when we're saying and coming and saying, and I'm not with DOT, I'm with an advocacy organization, when we're saying we're not seeing high rates of pedestrian serious fatalities and injuries, it's based on that NYPD data. So there's no nefarious hidden data here. The reason why this project works and why it makes sense is because we know these two-way bike lanes are happening anyways. They're just not allotted for. We see cyclists biking the wrong direction all the time on Lafayette. That shouldn't happen, and that proves there's need, and it proves we need to adjust how the street is designed to make sure you're not looking all over the place. You're not having to gaze in multiple directions to see who's coming. I also just want to make a note about the delivery workforce that is highly at risk in our communities. We are working to get them on the safest bikes as possible. We want them all on slower moving bikes that get their job done, but not at the expense of anyone on our street. And I encourage all to see them as neighbors and partners in this work because we all care about street safety entirely. So my final word on this, on the two-way configuration, we've seen it work in other streets in the city. On Dykeman, there were not pedestrian and bike conflicts when the two-way bike lane was implemented. We've studied that street for many years now. And we're also seeing that truly, bikes are moving slightly slower because of these two-way configurations. We have tools we can do. We can implement rumble strips. We can add signage. The school definitely deserves much more sightline, far more signs indicating its presence and is there. But I urge the board and I urge the community to think proactively about what type of infrastructure can really make the street work. Because I don't think having bikes riding two ways in a bike lane is safe for anybody. I don't think it's a good solution. And I don't think the Broadway slip behind solves that problem entirely. So I'm here. I'm Emily. If you want to chat with me, I'll drop my email in the box. I'm your partner in street safety for all, for pedestrians, for drivers, for cyclists. And I just thank you all for coming out tonight because you clearly care about this issue in street safety. And that's what we want to see in our community.
If you could wrap it up, thank you. Where there's questions, could we get Susanna a mic?
Yeah, I have one. Emily,
Are you there still? I was, hello. Hi, can you just tell me some of the streets in New York, in Manhattan, if there are any, that have two-way bike lanes? Because I've
Yeah.
never seen one other than the Greenway on Hudson River Park.
Yeah, so we have Dykeman, we have Delancey, we have Park Row, we have
So Delancey is a two-way street, but does that mean that there is one bike lane on each side of the street, or there is one shared bike lane that is two-way?
parts of Delancey have a shared two-way.
Parts of Delancey, is that closer to the bridge?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a section close to the bridge that has that. But the
Yes.
rest of Delancey, the bikes are moving only in the same direction as the traffic.
Yes.
And Dykeman
Sorry,
is
we also have Broadway.
Broadway. Okay.
Mhm.
Thank
Also Christie.
And Christie,
Amy,
yes.
could we get a mic to Amy Brenna?
Hi, thanks, Emily. I
Hi,
have a
Amy.
question for you. Hi, we never actually got a lot of really substantial data from DOT. Can you point out a one-way, a street that's one-way, that has a two-way bike lane, that has 3 bus routes, including a bus terminal for those buses, a elementary school, the post office that uses the street as a parking lot because obviously it's an urban post office, they don't have a parking lot, is a route for ambulances to turn left on 13th Street to get to the only medical care we have in downtown Manhattan. And of course, several buildings that are full of seniors. Thank you.
I think a lot of Manhattan streets are extremely complicated and have a lot of complex competing needs. I don't think a street will match those exact criteria entirely, but Dykeman's pretty close. So I can send over some more data, Amy, after the board. I don't have it pulled up right now. I think just the point I want to say and make about all the factors that go into a street and all the needs that need to be met on a street is that what we're seeing when we have two-way bike lanes there is it's not causing major catastrophe. So it's not hindering emergency vehicles. They're able to use that extra space. And there really isn't like a perfect one-to-one comparison sometimes. This isn't something DOT has implemented everywhere, but it's something that I think does make sense for this block, this set of blocks.
Okay. Okay. No, no, I'm sorry. We can't. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to
There's
drop my
another
email in the
question. No,
chat.
wait. There's another question from a board member.
Since you had mentioned that you are the only paid member of Transportation Alternatives to speak on behalf of Transportation Alternatives before the board, have you had individual conversations with any CB2 board members, or have you lobbied the chair of our board or the chair of the Transportation Committee on this matter?
We're an advocate.
Again, if you
Oh,
you
it's
wish to
disclosable.
speak, please wait to be recognized by the person who is running the floor.
Okay. So if you could answer.
We're an advocacy organization. We've been around for 50 years advocating for streets to be safer. A lot of community board members from across the city who are people interested in street safety are going to ask the leading longest term street safety advocacy org for information, for data, for all kinds of engagement. That does not mean we're nefariously lobbying the board. I said, just as I did before, I'm a resource to every single person in this room. I don't really care if you're a community board member. I care more if you're a person who cares about street safety in the neighborhood.
The reason that I raised that is because if you are lobbying the board, you're required to disclose that to the city, not just to us. And that's why I asked the question. Thank you.
Okay. Next. Mercer. Can we get a microphone? Garcia. Behind you, Garcia. Thank you. I don't think your mic is on.
Okay, thank you. Can you please tell us what you think of the proposed alternative plans to move 4th Avenue southbound lane to Broadway?
Yes, and I've talked to a few community members about this as well. My take on the Broadway switch around, and this is like this is what I'll say about it. Having people kind of loop around, having cyclists make those turns in and out, I don't think is going to work here. And Broadway is not a street that makes as much sense. There's not a bike lane on it already. It's very dangerous. People get doored, people get hit. It's very commercially complicated and complex to have bike lanes on. But making that loop around, it's just not continuous. So that's the stance. I also just do want to commend. I think it's a creative solution. I think I understand the concerns that a two-way bike lane isn't appropriate here, but I don't think it's more appropriate on Broadway.
Isn't one on the South Broadway? Going south on
There's no
Broadway?
back and forth.
Sorry, no back and forth. All right. Any other questions from board members? If not, all right, let's move on. Tom?
Yep.
Okay, you're here to speak on the bike lanes?
Yeah, thanks. My
Okay.
name's Tom Kniff. Despite my Zoom background, I live on 4th Avenue and 10th Street. That's where I am right now. I think it's worth noting that nearly everybody who supports the two-way proposal, it's because it would be a very convenient highway through a place where they don't live. And while I get that, and I might feel the same way if I didn't live here and cross the streets here, I do. I'm just going to assume that all the cyclists who support this plan pay attention to traffic laws, and I think that's great. But they're in the minority. I won't harp on that, but we know that. We know that there's no accountability, there's no policing of any sort. As evidence of that, my wife has been hit and knocked to the ground by a cyclist going the wrong way on a one-way street and looking behind him. So probably not the best cyclist ever. Our neighbor was also hit in a similar accident, and all this is without a two-way highway on 4th Avenue. So fundamentally, I think the decision before us is about convenience versus safety. And the good news is we already have a convenient option for cyclists. We have 3rd Avenue. It's already a two-way road in this part of Manhattan, and it's the obvious route. A protected bike lane on Broadway is another option. So we've got good options for convenience that are better, but we really have none for safety. And with that, I'll close. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the next topic. I'm sorry, Mark. Oh, sorry, Laura. Apologies.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you. I'll try to be brief. The whole idea of doing a design like this is to remove conflict among everybody who's using the open space. The people on the sidewalk, the bicyclists, the vehicles. And the question is, does this design remove those conflicts? And I'm afraid, and I had been for a two-way lane here when they came years ago for the first lane, I've changed my mind. I don't think that it's safe enough. Especially with only one moving lane of traffic. There's just too many areas for conflict for that one lane of traffic that's left. Our emergency vehicles in a very old neighborhood, at least in Soho and NoHo, our buildings are extremely vulnerable to fire and need emergency vehicles to get there quickly. I don't know about you, but I have a hard time visualizing how a large ladder truck
Hey, babes.
can turn
I
into
just
a
spoke
bike
at the
lane.
thing.
Excuse me?
You did. Can I speak too?
Sorry, could we mute this person?
I'm going to stop until someone stops speaking.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I just can't visualize a ladder truck being able to turn into a narrow a bike lane to get to an emergency, especially since I've seen them have a hard time turning off of Crosby Street onto onto Grand and try 5 times to make that turn. It's not going to happen easily. It's going to be deaths. It's going to be loss of property. It's going to be really bad if that's what we depend on. And talking about dependency, many of us, especially the elderly, depend on our buses. And the M1 bus on Center Street runs relatively infrequently, but so many of us depend on it. And if it gets slowed down, it's been great with that suddenly we can move quickly in it because of congestion pricing. And now it's going to be taken away from us again by having it to conflict with vehicles that are trucks that are loading and unloading with everything else. It's ridiculous. It's just not going to work, and I'm saddened about that. But at least if we're going to go with that, at least keep the 2 moving lanes, take out a parking lane. Take out a parking lane. To have 2 parking lanes and only 1
Thank you.
moving lane
Thank
is
you.
ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Okay. What was the name? Okay.
Just,
John?
there's also a Mike McGinnis that wants to speak on this topic.
And there's also, he's in the chat.
He's there.
And there's also Dina Butrovic. Okay.
Hi, should I speak? Dino?
Yes. Good.
Okay.
So who is this?
Dino Buturovic.
Okay.
So I live on 4th Street, just between Lafayette and Bowery. And I also represent my building, of which I am president of the board. It's about 14 units. And I can speak from my experience about these 2 proposals because there are 2. First, to reduce the lanes to 1, I've taken that turn to the right from Lafayette Street into 4th Street many, many times because I park my car around the corner in the parking lot. And that's a very difficult turn as is. It's something that requires several traffic lights sometimes to turn, and it's really busy. And to think that the whole city traffic that uses Lafayette Street will have to wait for people to take that turn right because it's a very heavily populated by pedestrians, is really something unfathomable. It's definitely, you don't need to do any studies. It's going to be incredible congestion. So that's really a very bad idea. And I think many people from different perspectives have said that. So obviously we are very opposed to that in our building. The other idea to introduce the 2-way bike lanes, we were all supportive when they've done similar things in the beginning with 1 lane, and it worked quite well. The things have changed enormously since then. Everybody rides very fast bikes, which are not really bikes; they are mopeds. They don't respect traffic lights, as already pointed. The city is not doing anything really to enforce traffic rules. Until that happens, this is invitation, as everybody pointed out, absolutely rightly. We don't need any studies for that. It's a horrible situation. It's going to cause many accidents. It's so unintuitive to cross the street, which is a 1-way street, and to look on 2 sides. It's definitely invitations to a problem. So everybody is opposed for security reasons. Thirdly, I really don't see that.
If you could wrap it up, please.
Sure, the city has presented the alternative, the rebuttal of the alternative plan very convincingly. So I would like to hear why it can't be done on the Broadway.
Thank you.
It's better. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next, could we have Cecil?
Thank you so much for giving me the chance to speak. My name is Cecil Scheib. I'm a resident of the East Village. I live nearby. I've worked at Astor Place since 2007. I walk in this neighborhood and on this street and on the blocks that are of particular question during this meeting every day. I bike this route frequently, either by myself or with my 9-year-old child, and I am very concerned about my child's safety every time I cross any street in Manhattan, this included. I applaud what
We
DOT
lost
is
your
trying
audio.
to do here to,
Cecil, we lost your audio.
uh-oh. Check, 1, 2.
I hear you
No,
fine.
Can you
sorry,
hear
we
me?
can't hear you.
I'm getting some you can and some you can't.
I heard all of it.
Yeah, I heard it all.
Is it anyone? Keen, could you say something?
Yeah, here I am talking.
Okay, it looks like we lost the audio in the room.
Oh,
Got it. Hi, folks online.
If you
yeah.
hold on just
Hi.
a second,
Hi,
we
Cecil.
lost the
We could
audio.
have a private chat. They
to,
can't hear us.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah, but-
strategize, guys. Now's our chance.
Okay, all right, Cecil?
Is it, am I back?
Yes, we're back.
Sorry, I'll just summarize and say, live and work in the neighborhood on these blocks every day, have a 9-year-old, very concerned about street safety and crossing the street in Manhattan. I like what DOT is trying to do here by working with the resurfacing on various blocks and coming behind quickly and doing the restriping. We all want government to be more efficient, and this is it. I'll say, as someone who bikes this area, this is a vital connection. Broadway is not really a place for southbound cyclists, and I'm not sure that it can be possible to be as long as Broadway is like it is right now. I personally believe that this is a good plan and we should try it, and that it will be safer for all. I totally hear my neighbors and the people with their concerns, and I respect you.
Okay.
I'm on this block morning, noon and night, and I
All
think
right, Cecil,
it's
thank
worth
you.
a try. Let's give it a try. And if it doesn't work, it's paint. We can make a change. Thank you very much.
Cecil, thank you. Okay. Next, let's go to Mike McGinnis.
Thank you for hearing from me. My name is Mike McGinnis. I live on Great Jones at Lafayette. I have a 2-month-old baby, and it's already enough of a process to not get killed by a Uber Eats delivery driver going, but I'm going to pick my battles and just talk about the lanes. I think that's the most baffling proposal here. And the reason being is it just can't sustain it. We already have half of Great Jones, if I look out my windows, completely covered with construction equipment. They're building a massive building that shouldn't be here, from the firehouse all the way to Lafayette. And I don't think, and obviously I'm biased because I know my corner better than anyone, I don't think this particular stretch, at least of Lafayette, can handle being single lane. So my sole purpose here is just to, let's try some new things. I'm a cyclist. I understand we're going to not win every battle, but the lanes of the cars, I think it's imperative that it stays 2 cars. That's all.
All right, great. Thank you. And then John Noble.
Hi, yeah. I just wanted to voice my support. I do business in the area. I frequent restaurants, and I go to various businesses in the area. And I would just like to voice my support for the 2-lane bikeway. I feel like that the 2-lane directions, if you have to bike 2 ways against each other on bikes, you tend to be more cautious and more slow. I don't think it's going to be the highway that people think it is. If you're biking against another bike, you tend to be a little more careful and cautious. And I think that the connector that it makes between Broadway and the bridge is a vital corridor. I think we should all be encouraging more bike infrastructure in order to combat climate change and be more green in this city. And I also recognize that you also need to make sure that we keep pedestrians safe and protect the bike lanes, calm vehicle traffic. So those are my comments. Thank you for your time.
All right, great. Thank you. All right. Next, we're going to go back to people in the room. Sorry, is there one more? Sorry, Nina, do you have a question? Nina?
Yes,
Do you have a
so
question?
I'm actually unmuting myself. Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you have a question, or are you testifying?
Yeah. Can I speak as either a board member or a resident on this issue?
I'm asking, if you'd like to speak as a board member, wait till business session. If you have a question for the person that just spoke, go ahead and have your question.
Then I will speak as a board member later.
Okay, great. Thank you, Nina. All right. So we're going to go back to people in the room on the next topic. We will go to, if I call your name, please come up. Erica Sumner. Sharon Wulong. Hi. Oh. Yeah, Erica, and then also David Siffert.
Board, I'm Erica Sumner, president of the Washington Square Association, New York City's oldest neighborhood and civic organization. I am here to share early insights from Washington Square Voices, which is our new survey initiative that's designed to complement existing public input with structured, data-driven community feedback. Our first survey on attitudes about gates in Washington Square Park received 247 responses in 72 hours, and it was overwhelmingly neighborhood-driven. 85% of respondents live within walking distance of the park. We'll be sharing a few reports with you, but there are a few themes that are very clear. One, the debate is about how to sustain improvements, not whether improvements are needed. Across perspectives, respondents described similar conditions and widely acknowledged recent enforcement has made a difference. Second, this is also a debate about the park's identity. Some see openness as essential to its character, and others believe openness without consistent enforcement has not worked. And both perspectives reflect a deep investment in the park. Third, there is broad agreement that park signage for closing at entrances is insufficient. It's written on a dark green sign in little white lettering and doesn't properly communicate that the park is closed. So that is an idea that is actionable for the board to consider now that is low cost. Finally, and most importantly, respondents overwhelmingly told us they want to be a part of this process. Across all viewpoints, the message was consistent. Neighbors want transparency, they want to be heard before decisions are made, and they want adequate time to engage. We respectfully ask CB2 to ensure that any proposals regarding park entrances are first presented at a public meeting. Presented at a public committee meeting, followed by an opportunity for community review and input at a subsequent meeting before any procedural vote to draft a resolution. We do believe that this kind of process leads to stronger, more durable outcomes and reflects the level of engagement we're seeing from the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm also going to address something just really quickly, just so everyone knows that the dog run that and the dog park, improvements that were presented at a past parks meeting, as well as the signage, which was presented. Both of those items will be presented to the CB2 Landmarks Committee. That's what Parks has come back with from their preservation. They have a head of preservation that deals with all of those applications. So because those two particular items will go through LPC. Those are ones that have already been once iterated. So I just wanted to make that very clear. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, this is specifically referencing what we're going to do with the entrances to Washington Square Park. There's your question.
Oh, if we can get a microphone to Will.
Hello, good to see you again.
Likewise.
No, I think the survey sounds really interesting. I was curious, how is it disseminated? And then is there an easy way for us to access the data and the results?
There will be. I'm so glad you asked about methodology. I'm a big data nerd. This was our first baseline study. So we made a point to reach out to our membership, to the membership of the Conservancy, to NAG, which is the Neighborhood Action Group. We also went to the community center, the senior center, and had provided them with hard copies to fill out, and then I hand entered them into the survey. We will make all the data available, but our next round, we will be sending it out to more than 10,000 people. And I can tell you that the one thing that is missing from this current data is we didn't get students, they just graduated.
Okay, any other questions, board members? Okay.
I would like to just say we really want to be a
I'm sorry,
resource to
I'm
you.
sorry. Thank you. Sharon?
Hi. As a public member of the Parks Committee, I feel that part of my responsibility is to represent the community. So most all that I spoke to about gates around Washington Square Park are opposed for many and various reasons, which, thank you, Erica, that you will be presenting a lot of those when you make your, think public, that's great. Anyway, when the park was redesigned in '05, there was a compromise. And they then decided against gates to appease the majority that were vehemently opposed to them. That compromise should stand, and I think. And I agree that the barricades are ugly. And my personal opinion is that a chain link fence with a park closed sign on it would be fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next we have, 1 second. Online, Georgia? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I thought you called David Siffert before. Can I ask, if I keep my total time under 2 minutes, can I also quickly address the bike lane, or should I have to stick just to this?
2 minutes, you have 2 minutes combined.
Thank you so much. I'm David Siffert. I've lived for 20 years in the East Village, and I work at NYU Law School. I teach there. I love Washington Square Park. I love that it's an open and inclusive space. I understand that police barricades are not necessarily conducive to that, but I worry that the way this resolution is phrased is more likely to come up with a proposal that makes the space less open and inclusive rather than more so. And so if we're going to do a resolution to get a study of some sort or a proposal of some sort, I think we should amend it to make sure that the goal that what we're looking for is a more open and inclusive space. With respect to the bike lane, I understand that we desperately need a protected southbound bike lane in the neighborhood. The unprotected lane in Broadway is woefully inadequate. However, I have also seen the data that shows that contraflow bike lanes are dangerous to pedestrians. And so I feel like the community's proposed a really good alternative that works for everyone, which is redesign Broadway to make it safe for bikes, have a connection at Astor Place so you can do a loop. I think this is a win-win, and it's sort of confusing to me why we're not all going for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Online, Georgia? Mark, did you find Georgia? No? Okay. No? Okay. All right. Nope, that's all I have. All right. Okay.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Hi, my name is Georgia Silvera Seamans. I live and work in the neighborhood. I'm speaking in opposition to this resolution. Washington Square Park is a gathering place for all people and has served this purpose for many generations. The park's openness is not a design flaw, and open public square is the whole point. I'm concerned that this resolution is a pathway to something more restrictive than what we have today. The framing feels very wrong for this park. The outcome feels predetermined. Once gates are on the table as an option, it is hard to remove them from any final recommendations. None of this addresses why people are in the park overnight. Using a different type of gate infrastructure does not help solve the situation that people seem to be trying to solve. It just moves the problem somewhere else, and this is something we saw after last fall's drug sting. The park's closure policy already exists. Historical context has also been mentioned. The last time the park was gated was over 100 years ago. Let's preserve the historic character of one of New York City's most democratic public spaces. No gates. Lastly, barriers cut both ways. A gate or obstruction that prevents entry also impacts safety. If someone is trying to leave an unsafe situation happening beyond the park, a locked park blocks a means of escape. I urge the board to table this resolution. Advocate for investments this park actually needs, like larger trash cans, more trash pickups. Replacing dead trees are just a few examples. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, move on to our next topic. In the room, Russell Hewig, Larry Kerwan, and Pam Luray. Okay, whoever's ready can start. You can go ahead, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Russ Hewig. I'm a business executive and a 40-plus year resident of 31 Mercer Street, which is right near the intersection of Mercer and Howard. I'm coming at this idea from a business is not, my concern is not the applicant's branding, but the operating economics attached to the liquor license. By the applicant's own materials, they cite over 25,000 community members and more than 1,500 pre-registrations for the Soho launch. Whether those are promotional numbers or not, they reveal the scale of the commercial ambition. This is not a lightly used salon or occasional gathering space. This is a hospitality business with significant capital investment, ongoing operating costs, alcohol service, and proposed occupancy of 717. Business of that type have predictable incentives towards high utilization, member engagement, repeat traffic, food and beverage sales, events, and active programming. That is not a criticism, it's simply how the business model works. The relevant public interest question is whether the high utilization hospitality model is compatible with this residential location. I think not. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Pam Laurie, and I'm here to speak against the granting of a liquor license to Lightning Society at 45 Howard Street, which is at the corner of Howard and Broadway. I'm a retired kindergarten teacher and a 45-year resident of 31 Mercer Street, which is a 12-unit artist co-op founded in 1981 with a joint live-work certificate of occupancy, and every unit continues to have artist certification. An important question is whether this proposal by Lightning Society for a liquor license reflects existing neighborhood conditions, or whether it introduces something different. The evidence suggests something very different. Looking at New York's own 311 complaint history, Mercer Street between Grand and Canal generated 0 loud music or party complaints over the last 5 years. 0. That matters because it establishes that the Mercer Street corridor is not historically a nightlife nuisance zone. This isn't the meatpacking district. This is a mixed-use residential neighborhood where many people actually live, sleep, work, and raise families. A rough count shows about 20 co-op and condo buildings on our street, each with 4 to 5 floors of residential lofts. So when the applicant, Lightning Society, suggests this cultural playground would simply into existing conditions, the city's own complaint history suggests otherwise. The baseline here is quiet residential coexistence, not late night hospitality activity. That distinction should matter in determining whether this liquor license is in public interest.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have copies. Would you?
Yes, go ahead. It's fine. Next, Larry.
Yeah, I'm also very much against this granting of this liquor license. Sure. My name is Larry Kerwin. I'm an author, playwright, and songwriter, and a resident at 31 Mercer Street for 38 years. But I've also spent 25 years with my band, Black 47, making amplified music in New York clubs and performance venues, both indoors and outdoors. So I understand something about how sound actually behaves. I wouldn't even dream of plugging in my amplifier after 7 p.m. Why? Because I care for my neighbors. Modern souped up sound, particularly bass, travels and is almost impossible to contain. But what concerns me most is this proposed rooftop activity at 45 Howard. Are they serious? We already know that the previous indoor carry-on in this building generated loud music complaints. But you can bet your bottom dollar the proposed rooftop activity will create an even greater acoustic risk. Once voices, music, and booze-fueled socializing move outdoors, forget about it. That sound will travel, especially when it's mixed in with the new dynamic of late-night honking horns of taxis, Ubers, and SUVs trying to make a left turn, impossible left turn from Howard onto Mercer Street. In our dense Soho neighborhood with many residential windows, say goodbye to your current peaceful nights of sleep. I know the difference between sound created for entertainment inside a room and sound set loose from a rooftop. The indoor sound will be bad, no doubt about that. But the rooftop hullabaloo combined with a late night traffic jam will be even worse. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration with this matter.
Great, thank you. The next several names, Davidson Norris, Mark Williams, and if there's anyone else in the room who is here to speak on the Lightning Society, please come up.
Good evening. My name is Davidson Norris. I'm an architect and a 45-year resident at 31 Mercer Street between Grand and Canal. I'm here to oppose the Lightning Society's application for a liquor license. One of the strongest reasons for this opposition is that we do not need to speculate whether Lightning Society's 45 Howard Street public or private club might generate nuisance impact. We have direct evidence. Historically, 45 Howard itself generated no loud music or party complaints requiring complete police department response over a period of 5 years. In 2023, the Green Room, an event-oriented hospitality use, began operating on the 4th floor of 45 Howard. It offered up to 400 occupants, many of the music, party, alcohol amenities now being proposed by the Lightning Society. In the month of April 2024, loud music and party complaints that warranted police intervention had appeared at that exact address, including 3 complaints deep into the night after 12. That's important because it shows that this is not a hypothetical concern. It's a real one. 45 Howard has already demonstrated that social or event activation inside the building can disturb neighboring residents. Lightning Society is now asking the board to approve a permanent liquor serving private club at a significantly larger scale. So the question is straightforward. If a prior hospitality activation at this address already generated late night complaints, what evidence should reassure residents that a larger permanent multi-floor operation with rooftop access will somehow or another produce fewer impacts over the span of their 10-year lease? The burden on the applicant is to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, go ahead.
My name is Mark Williams, and I'm here to speak against 45 Howard Street receiving a liquor license. I'm an artist. I've lived and worked at 31 Mercer Street, which is between Grand and Howard, for 45 years. I want to begin by grounding this discussion in the actual question before the community board. This is not a design review. It is not a branding exercise. It is not a vote on whether the applicant's concept sounds interesting or culturally appealing. This is a hearing, thank you. This is a hearing on an application for a liquor license. The relevant question is whether granting that license at 45 Howard Street serves the public interest. That standard matters because alcohol-centered hospitality venues create predictable neighborhood impacts, noise, late-night departures, curbside congregation, traffic, and sleep disruption. The burden is on the applicant to demonstrate that granting this liquor license will serve the public interest and will not impose unreasonable impacts on the surrounding residential neighborhood. I would urge the community board to evaluate operational realities, not aspirational marketing language as set forth by Lightning Society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Could you just state your name?
My name is Maria Larsson. I am a Swedish architect and also someone that used to do city planning in my former educational profession. I'm also an artist and I'm also a resident of Mercer Street, close to Howard. I fell in love in this neighborhood in early 90s because I went to a bar. I love arts and culture. I love nightlife, especially public programmed nightlife. Normally this ends at 11 and that is wonderful because it creates a vibrant neighborhood. However, this applicant is not some positive add-on to the fabric of Soho because it's a private club and you have to pay high money, and the people who are going to enter, it looks good on the website, but we know that the people, the members, are not going to be people who actually live and work and sleep in this neighborhood. They will come in cars, they will create traffic, and this is a traffic jam that is already over exhausted by traffic. They need to have ADA access, and they need to take care of hundreds of people, and these hundreds of people, like already have been told, are going to continue partying in the streets and block the traffic. This is not the neighborhood to do this type of programming. This could be in meatpacking, where we have Soho House or other private clubs, but this is the wrong type of programming for Howard Street and Mercer Street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I lower this? All the way down. Thank you. That's good. My name is Renee Rockoff. I live at 53 Howard Street. I've lived there since 1977. I'm actually going to read a letter by my neighbor, Henry Smith Miller, who is an architect with a New York State architectural license, 012765. He is architect and shareholder at 47 Howard Street, which shares a wall with 45 Howard. And this letter, and my sentiment as well, is in total denial of the liquor license for the Lightning Society. As a long-term AIR and licensed architect, resident of community since 1972, I am writing to the community board to express my real concerns about the Lightning Society's plan to convert 45 Howard from its current permitted use to one that will bring risk to their patrons and more congestion, crime, and nuisance to the district. As architect, I have reviewed the plans attached to their application for the New York State liquor license and found them lacking in specific detail about occupancies, use, and legal means of egress. The failure to provide a premises safe to the sale of alcohol, be it beer and wine or spirits, and safe for the occupants hosted therein, should be adequate evidence to deny the issuance of either form of license. A cursory review of the floor areas and their dedicated uses results in the discovery that even with the additional building stair proposed for the existing interior court light well, that the combined stairs, the exiting, and the new will not legally adequately serve the number of persons
Thank you.
using the space. And finally, one other point, while the existing building stair exists to Broadway.
Thank you. You can,
Okay, I believe he mailed it. Thank you.
thank you very much. Okay, next. Oh, if we could help with the mic.
Okay. Yep. Got it. Try it now. Lift it up. Sorry. Oh, he's got strong hands. There you go. Okay. Okay. My name is Michael Kirk. I live at 53 Howard Street on the top floor, and I've been there for 49 years. I've shared my working space with my family, along with my wife, her studio as well. And we, we sit, our building sits in the southern eastern quadrant of Soho to vocally, and I'm here to vocally support the SLA 1 committee recommendations for denial of the following 2 applications. 1 at 45 Howard Street, Center for Emerging Culture, Inc., and September Hospitality Management, and 2, Center for Emerging Culture, Inc., Lightning Society on the 4th, 5th, and rooftop. I want to point out that, and I've added this to my letter, that not only with what the board has presented, the DOB website for this property is outlining some of the improper and unpermitted work within and around the applicant's space at the premises. One is a stop work order, another is an ECB violation, and another ECB violation. The numbers are included in my letter. I urge the full CB2 board to support the resolution from SLA 1 committee. Additional point, in the submitted traffic and noise study that was presented by the Lightning Society to the SLA1 committee on May 5th, they stated that the peak of traffic between Broadway, Howard, Mercer, leading to Canal was the worst case scenario is between 8 and 10 p.m. Today, May 21st, starting at 4 p.m., there was a constant tie-up of traffic with continuous horn sounds going on for over an hour, and it continued for over 2 hours. This is
Thank you.
common occurrence in this area, and their presence will
Thank you.
exacerbate
That's 2
the problem.
minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. My name is Ruba Abunima. I live at 53 Howard Street, on the corner of Mercer and Howard. I want to express my vehement opposition to the Lightning Society at 45 Howard Street. What they present as a private cultural or social space has already created disruption for the residents, late night activity, noise, traffic, and a general lack of transparency around operations. And they did all this without a liquor license and without any permits and without a certificate of occupancy. Contrary to popular belief, and most especially the team behind the Lightning Society, Soho is a residential neighborhood. It's not simply a backdrop for private ventures. Businesses operating here have a responsibility to respect this community. They have to operate transparently and comply with the standards expected of any establishment impacting public quality of life here. They've done none of that thus far. I believe that none of us here are opposed to culture or creativity, but this is a call for accountability, oversight, and respect for the people who actually live in this neighborhood. And the Lightning Society thus far has shown none of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you just say your name again?
Yes, Ruba Abunima.
Okay, thank you. All right. Is there anyone else? No? Okay, great. Online, if we could go to online, we have Pete Davies and Laura Tenenbaum. Thank you. Okay, Laura, do you want to go first?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I'm in full support of the draft resolutions recommending denial of the 2 applications made by the businesses doing business as Lightning Society. I only wish they would hold to the local residents ask for a 10 p.m. closing across the board should the SLA disagree. That's because for Soho to be livable, we need a quiet time at night after 8 p.m. when retail closes and the daytime tumult is gone. Our cast iron architecture is beautiful, but as even the applicant's acoustics experts agreed, we cannot contain the noise in these buildings. It enters and exits through not only the oversized windows, but the walls themselves. It bounces around outside. Center for Emerging Culture advertises 45 Howard Street with these words: in 10 years, Lightning Society made a lot of noise. Lightning culture is primarily expressed through sound. So, with that mission, planning to create 2 crowded, noisy venues, they proceeded to seek out a 155-year-old cast iron building that cannot contain noise. It makes no sense, and I'm glad the committee agrees. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Yeah, my name is Pete Davies, and thank you very much for the time. I also want to thank the committee, the SLA1 committee, for their hard work on this. And I fully support the 2 resolutions put out by the SLA1 committee to fully deny both of these liquor license applications. I've submitted something in writing, but I'm going to change it up right now. I'm representing myself and Broadway Residents Coalition. a volunteer group of folks who live around Broadway and the side streets. We have worked with other applicants to, get approval for liquor licenses for event spaces in the area. This group is different. They came to us. They didn't come to us. They were forced to talk to us, but never once have they come to us in a spirit of cooperation, a spirit of let's figure out how we can make this work. In fact, they told the committee at the last hearing before the committee that they were not interested in negotiating because they felt they would get a better deal going straight to the commissioners. So they have no interest in working with the community. Also, they have shown a carelessness and a cavalier attitude in the way that they have done unpermitted and improper work at the building. It was pointed out before, there's a stop work order on the building now because of demolition that they did on this landmark building without approval from the Landmarks Commission. And it's just the whole thing is really off. So thank you again to the committee. I urge the full board to approve these resolutions to deny the applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pete. All right. Move on to the next on. Is there anyone else on Zoom who needs to speak on lightning? Okay, great. Let's move on to Brian Pape.
I speak to you because of a troubling application for outdoor seating that the Outdoor Dining Working Group recently heard and voted on, and it may come up again. Unfortunately, you will not get a chance to see it or vote on this matter because Outdoor Dining Working Group resolutions aren't on the agenda. The applicant in question is Rulin Restaurant Group LLC, doing business as Rulin at 15 East 13th Street, a bar and restaurant with a liquor license. As many of you may know, it is fairly rare for any business to get a stipulation that prohibits any outdoor seating at a location. To get such a stipulation, the community of neighbors must have a very strong objection to the negative effect of outdoor seating, and much effort is made by our community to get such a stipulation. This business of which I speak has such a stipulation against any outdoor seating as part of the resolution and negotiated agreement voted on in April by this community board. It's SLA 1 number 10 in your package tonight. The business signed an agreement to abide by that stipulation. Strangely enough, the system is flawed, and one agency can ignore the stipulations of another agency, even if the business has agreed to the stipulation, and there seems to be nothing that the city or state agencies will do about it. It is up to us as a community board to respect the wishes of our neighbors who have gotten a provision to not have outdoor seating. It is not up for vote tonight. But I am urging this community board to not betray our neighbors, to not ever vote to overturn the negotiated agreement to have the outdoor seating at this location. I respect what all of you are doing to protect our community from degradation and harm. I believe it would bring shame to this community board if it did not respect the wishes of our community on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks. So Brian, you're still on the board. So if this is about something that's on there's a resolution on this? There's not. Oh, we already passed the resolution. Okay, got it. I'm just trying to understand why this is being brought up in the public session. Thank you.
All right.
So let's
Thank
maybe
you.
try to stick to that.
All right. There's still. All right, if we can just get to several that are in the room. Jacqueline Liang, Una Barat, and Brandon Swigerman. Is that good?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, great.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jacqueline Liang. I'm the Community Outreach Coordinator for Hudson River Park Trust. As many of you know, the park runs from Chambers Street to West 59th Street along the West Side waterfront. And we're very excited to be here today to share with you some of our upcoming events. So last week, we successfully kicked off our season with the Submerged Marine Science Festival. Over 4,000 attendees came out and had a fun day filled with local ecology and learning. Starting June 1st, our Healthy on the Hudson series will return with free community workout classes for all fitness levels. And these classes will happen at Piers 25, 46, 64, and 97 with a focus on yoga, Pilates, HIIT, and conditioning. Starting June 13th, we'll also launch our big city fishing program throughout the park, including right here nearby at Pier 51. And our catch and release fishing events are a great time for all. It's a very fun and relaxing time for all ages. Also coming up next month is our Youth Pride Fest, Saturday, June 6th on Pier 84th. And we are partnering with the Hetrix Martin Institute for a day filled with fun, live music, and community resources. On June 6th, our Wet Lab Aquarium will also be opening for free tours during our Wet Lab look-ins, and this will happen Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. And we will also host our monthly Science After Dark events for attendees 18 and older. And this month, on May 28th, we'll have a talk with scientists working on the Gateway Tunnel project. Our Hudson River Park staff will also be at the next CB2 Parks and Waterfront Committee to talk more about our upcoming events and answer any questions. And I've also brought some calendars here. They will be outside for anyone who is interested. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
I guess maybe the other person wasn't here, but my name's Brandon Swagerman. Sorry, get my notes here. So I'm Deputy Director of the Soho Broadway Initiative. We're the nonprofit who manages the mixed-use business improvement district along Broadway between Houston Street and Canal Street. I was last here about 2 months ago. Just want to share a couple updates with the board. Our Field Operations and Engagement Manager, Brian Kirk, joined us back in February. He's been working hard for us every week, Mondays through Sundays. Key aspect of his role is being our primary eyes and ears in regards to sidewalk and street activities and conditions, and serving as a liaison between our residents, businesses, and city agencies on all issues happening on the streets and sidewalks. He's also been attending the monthly CB2 District Service Cabinet meetings. He's had a prior ongoing conflict on Thursday nights, but that's going to be ending, and he'll now be our primary attendee at these meetings going forward. So I look forward to all of you meeting him. A couple other quick updates. When I was last here, I mentioned we had hired a traffic planning consultant to just do a review of DOT's proposed Canal Street redesign and how that could impact our district potentially. Since that meeting, we did submit some comments in a letter to DOT and did copy CB2 and local electeds on that. We look forward to seeing an updated proposal from DOT. Finally, most recently, last week, we submitted a letter to the commissioners of key agencies NYPD, DCWP, and DSNY in regard to the urgent need for meaningful action around street vending activity, and had copied local electeds as well as CB2 on that letter. The conditions around counterfeit goods sales, as well as food trucks and sidewalk food and general vendors in our district, continue to be pervasive, and it seems to be increasing with the warmer weather as we usually expect. So we're requesting regular and consistent enforcement of sidewalk vending and food trucks, enforcement that targets the root cause of counterfeit sales activity, and the meeting of the commissioners that oversee this enforcement along with electeds, CB2, and local bids. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Mark, can you please promote Susan Wittenberg to a panelist?
Okay, Mark, also, could you promote the following people? Moving on to our last topic, which is the LMC expansion. Gavin Healy, Ann Hager. Okay, Ann Hager. Seth Chrisman. Seth, S-E-T-H. And then Maura Griffin. That's right. Okay. All right, then we'll go to Ann Hager.
Hi, my name is Ann Hager, and I'm a resident and work in the district, and I'm also a former member of CB2. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the Schools and Ed Committee's resolution in support of the expansion of Lower Manhattan Community Middle School into a 6 to 12 school. While LMC is not located within CB2's district anymore, it serves as serves a huge number of students, including mine, from the district. Year after year, it receives some of the largest numbers of students from schools like PS3 and PS41, and it serves them well. It's also a rare example of a socioeconomically, racially, and neurodiverse school that does an equally incredible job providing rigorous academics and rich arts programming to every student. We have a very rare opportunity to provide something that parents and studies have consistently shown is desirable and beneficial to students and families, a 6 to 12 model. The 2 floors below LMC will be vacant after this year. The space in the building is very tight, and the expansion of an already existing school is by far the most efficient use of the DOE funding and physical space resources. Please vote to support the expansion of LMC. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mark, that was it, right? The other names weren't present? Okay. So with that, I'll close the public session and turn it back over to Valerie De La Rosa.
Thank you so much. We do need a motion to adopt the agenda. Okay, so if I recognize a first from Susan Kent and a second from Will Panesh. Next, we have reports to the public, so elected official representatives that are in the room or on Zoom. We're going to ask for 1 minute. Not seeing any I can't see any hands raised. Oh, I see one hand raised. We have Lane Son from AM Glick's office. And then for the borough president's report, we have Andrew Chang in the room next. How wonderful.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hi, Lane.
Hi. Sorry, I can't be there in person.
That's okay.
Okay, perfect.
Oh,
Okay, I'll be quick. 1 minute.
great. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, of course. So just, late last month after the last full board meeting, the Assembly passed Assemblymember Glick's bill, Protecting Animals in Traveling Acts. This bill prohibits the participation of certain animals in traveling animal acts. So like bears and circuses, things like that. And then otherwise, the big news from the state, Capitol today in Albany, there was a vote today on one of the budget bills that included some measures from New York for All that will strengthen protections for immigrant New Yorkers. So it protects sensitive locations from immigration raids, bans ICE from hiding behind masks, and ensures local police are concentrating on their own jobs, as opposed to cooperating and entering agreements to help ICE do their jobs. So yeah, those are just a couple updates from Albany. Budget soon, but yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you, Lane. Are there any questions for Lane from AM Glick's office? From board members, I'm not seeing any. Thank you so much. Next, are there any other elected official representatives in the room or on Zoom who wish to speak? Oh, right, that's right.
Yes, I would like to.
Hi.
Hi, yes. This is Ovi Lattimore from the Office of Mass Engagement. Uh, Sorry I couldn't be there in person. Unfortunately, was out ill today, but thanks for the time. I just want to introduce myself. I'm Manhattan Borough Manager. In June, we will have another liaison for Manhattan to be able to assist in making sure that we're keeping and regularly attending different community board meetings. But I just wanted to flag a couple of new initiatives from our office, especially Organized NYC, in which we are intending to hold different political education events throughout the city, but also are doing canvassing. So we're doing door knocking to try to spread the word about the Rent Guidelines Board, just to make sure people are aware of the hearings that are coming up in which the public is allowed to give testimony. Last year, only 400 individuals gave public testimony, despite over 2 million being in rent stabilized units. And to be explicitly clear, we are not telling folks or trying to push folks to give any specific type of testimony. We just want to make sure that all New Yorkers can have their voices heard. So on June 16th is the date that there is a hearing for RGB, and that's from 5 to 8 on the Upper
If
West
somebody has
Side.
a video playing, excuse me, Ovi, I'm so sorry. If someone has a video playing, if you could please exit the room and handle that. Thank you. Ovi, please continue.
So yes, on June 16th is the date of the public hearing in Manhattan. That's going to be on the Upper West Side, but folks can attend any of the public hearings, so whatever fits your schedule. In addition to our door knocking around the Rent Guidelines Board, we're also starting to knock doors around the unfortunate likely loss of folks on SNAP, their benefits, either their benefits being reduced or losing it completely, specifically adults without dependents, and work requirements.
Thank you so much. We've got a hard stop
Sorry
for
about that.
all reports. Thanks so much. We look
read-
forward to meeting the liaison next month. Oh, and next we will go to Andrew Ching. Thank you for being at the top of the key here. Andrew from the Borough President's Office.
Rep left in the room. But Andrew here on behalf of Manhattan Borough President Brad Hoyman Siegel. I'll be very brief. First off, thank you to NYU regarding the for dealing with the flag incident with the Star of David during graduation day, for getting it removed. Secondly, we have flash grants. We will reimburse up to $20,000 for nonprofits. You gotta submit your expenses, spend the money, submit receipts, and we can reimburse you. This is for eligible nonprofits. Please contact me or take the flyer outside for more information. Community board application process, please stay tuned. We hope to send out the decisions soon, within by late May / early June. We have a couple of events coming up next week. Next Tuesday, there are flyers outside. Eid celebration on the 26th of May in Midtown. On Thursday, the 28th of May, we have a Jewish American Heritage Month celebration in Lower Manhattan. If you RSVP, you'll get the exact location. We also have a Pride Month kickoff event. Enjoy free admission to the Whitney Museum on the Friday, the 5th of June from 1 to 5 p.m. And I believe that is mainly it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrew. Any questions for Andrew from the Borough President's Office? Thank you, as always, for your steadfast support. It is appreciated. Great. And with that, that is the end of the elected official. Okay, Connor Allerton from Councilmember Marte's office.
Hi, yes.
Hi.
Hi. Hello, everybody. Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I'm glad that I was able to make it on. I'll be quick. So on Saturday, June 11th at 11 in the morning, Councilmember Marte, also hi, Connor Allerton from Councilmember Marte's office, will be alongside Councilmember Farrah Lewis and Transportation Alternatives Youth Committee. We'll be holding a ride and rally, a group ride, bike ride from Grand Armory Plaza in Brooklyn all the way to City Hall Park in Lower Manhattan, rallying in support of a package of bills to create city bike discounts for high school students and seniors. It's open to riders of all ages, so we welcome everyone to come along. Our PB, our participatory budgeting winners, were the new dishwashing machine for Gouverneur Hospital on the Lower East Side and a new playground and track field for the Battery Park City School in Battery Park City. So very excited to be able to allocate funds to those two projects. As was mentioned previously, the executive budget was released, so the council member, as a member of the finance committee, will be in meetings for each line item and each topic in the budget for the next 3 weeks, up through the first half of June. We also have, after conversations with constituents around Petrosino Square and the growing amount of trash that is accumulating around Petrosino Square, we've been coordinating with ACE and with Parks to allocate more resources to pick up trash in that area. We're also considering communicating directly with the businesses in that area that have been contributing to the trash to try to try to encourage them to clean up after their businesses and to thwart illegal dumping, which we've seen happen in the area. And then lastly, I mentioned this last time, our Jack Kirby Way co-naming on the Lower East Side was a great success. We had industry reps and fans venturing from as far as Washington and California to join in. So that was very exciting. Thank you to anyone who might have been able to stop by. And that's it for me.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Connor? Okay, great. So we've had the elected official reports, borough president's report, and now I will go to the chair's report very briefly, but there are a couple things to go over. So good evening, everyone. Before we begin tonight's business in our business session, which we have not started yet at 8:53, I recognize that. I want to take a moment to recognize someone whose service to Community Board 2 has left a real and lasting impact on this institution and on our neighborhoods. Tonight, we thank former Assistant Secretary Brian Pape for his 8 years of service to Manhattan Community Board 2. Brian and I joined, as Andrew may have mentioned, we will be having our new appointments very soon. And so that's when, as you know, Brian he's spoken about his plans, but you know, Brian and I joined this board together at the same time back in September of 2018. We came on here together during a period of major transition for this district and for New York City itself. And over these past 8 years, Brian has been a thoughtful, steady, and deeply committed public servant. As Assistant Secretary, he helped strengthen the operational backbone of this board. But beyond that title, he's become someone that many of us relied on because he consistently showed up, prepared, informed, and focused on the work. And Brian played a particularly important role in strengthening our landmarks committee in a district like ours with so many of the historically significant and architecturally important neighborhoods in the country. Landmark patience, rigor, I know, I gotta wrap this up. Patience, rigor, and deep respect for context. Brian brought all of those qualities to the table. He also helped guide this board through one of the most transformative public realm conversations in recent city history, which was open restaurants and outdoor dining, as evidenced this evening, even more, wasn't planned this evening, and during a period that was often contentious, emotional, and highly visible. And he's also helped this board navigate complicated questions about economic recovery, quality of life, another committee he served on, accessibility, streetscape management, and the future of public space in New York City. And while what I appreciated most about Brian was his seriousness about process and governance, he understood that community boards matter because they are one of the few places in city government where residents can directly participate in shaping their neighborhoods, and he respected that responsibility. As we all know, public service is not easy, taking time away from careers, families, evenings, and weekends, requiring patience, resilience, and often a willingness to do difficult work without recognition. Brian gave this board 8 years of that service, and tonight we want to say thank you. So Brian, on behalf of Manhattan Community Board 2, thank you for your dedication, your integrity, and your contributions to this institution and to the people of this district. You will be missed. So thank you. And then I do also have to share some difficult news with the board tonight. I received some very sad news from Lois Rakoff, who shared that Will Weeder, who is a former CB2 member, passed away last Friday in London. Will and his husband, Greg Lambert, were set to meet Lois in London, and Greg will be planning a memorial for Will in June, and we will keep you updated if you are interested in attending. So just a brief moment of silence there. Thank you. I also want to briefly acknowledge an important step forward for our board this week. Earlier this week, members of the Executive Committee completed conflict resolution training from the Manhattan Peace Institute together as recommended by the Borough President's Office. And as we know, community boards work best when we can disagree thoughtfully, deliberate respectfully, and remain focused on serving the public, even during moments of tension and disagreement. We're all made up of different backgrounds, perspectives, and priorities, and that diversity is our strength. But it also requires intentional work around communication, trust, and governance. The training was productive, constructive, and forward-looking. I believe it reflects a broader commitment by this board's leadership to continue building a culture grounded in professionalism, respect, and collaboration. I want to say this clearly: good governance is not just about resolutions, it's also about how we work together. And a quick interim leadership update. As many of you know, the Education and Human Services Committee is going to continue to play as a joint effort, an important role, helping this board engage thoughtfully through all of those issues. I won't go through all of them because I guess it's getting a little long. So to move that important business forward in an interim way, as you know, we have the shelter from Project Renewal opening up, the women's shelter on West 11th very soon. And so we will be having a conversation with Project Renewal, and Emma has agreed to serve as the interim leader to shepherd and facilitate that conversation with the Education and Human Services Committee. So you will be hearing more about that. And again, I think that is all that I will really go through. And I just want to thank everyone who came out to speak and for the board members' patience in listening to everyone. And I will stop it right there. I will now go to the district manager.
Good evening, CB2. Thank you for this time. This board passed a resolution about a year ago about a proposal at the time that didn't appear to be going anywhere that would impose a term limit on your district manager and all 58 other district managers. It would be a 4-year term. It could be renewable, but there's also in that package of bills, there's also a proposal to allow borough presidents to fire district managers at will. And it also would, another bill in the same package would cause or allow council members to appoint community board members directly without going through the borough president's office. These will all be heard at a government ops committee in June. We believe it's June 29th, but it may come up before my next report to you, which is why I'm mentioning it now. This board passed a resolution about the form. It used to be intro 1065. Now it's intro 501 because the council flipped over. I'm happy to talk about that offline, but I thought I should report to you since you did pass a resolution about this. I wanted to briefly note, and I'm grateful that Ovi is with us from the Office of Mass Engagement, that we are working on continuing the work of the Village Interagency Task Force, and I'm trying to use the District Service Cabinet as a means to shorten the list of infrastructure-related, what I call pothole-related issues in the community. The Village Interagency Task Force continues its own work on caring for and seeking treatment for our vulnerable folks and the people who prey upon them. That's both an outreach issue and a law enforcement issue. We are looking forward to the Office of Mass Engagement to help us with some of these things with respect to keeping the agencies we need at the meeting so that we can solve the issues. We're grateful for their support. I wanted to thank, in this case, Sean Sweeney and Bonnie Lynn, a community member, for bringing to my attention yet another example of after-hours variances where the work isn't continuing from the business day into the night. It starts at night. And Sean was able to get the ear of our council member and a few other folks, and that permit has been pulled. And if you Again, happy to talk offline about how hard that is to do, because renewing the permit requires the click of a mouse only once. And I'm not convinced that a human being is on the other end of that submission. The sixth, a couple of notes for you. The 6th Precinct Medal Ceremony. This is where we celebrate police officers in the 6th Precinct who have done above and beyond the call of duty. Well, that's scheduled for May 27th, but it turns out the Knicks are playing that night, and there's going to be a watch party. And so virtually all of our officers who are off duty are going to be making sure that nothing untoward happens around Madison Square Garden. Let's go Knicks. So that ceremony will be rescheduled for the fall. If anybody was planning on attending, stay tuned for the next date. And finally, the visiting neighbors folks, those are actually people who are near our office here in 3 Washington Square Village. Well, their talent show is coming up on Saturday, June 13th, right here at Bleecker and LaGuardia, and they're looking for a community board member to be a judge. Apparently, Simon Cowell is not available. So if you would please let me know if you're going to be around. Apparently, it's a hoot. My predecessor always talked about how great it was to do. Anyway, that's my report unless there are questions. I see a question. I'll just repeat the question. Go ahead.
Phone does not work. Oh, can we get Sean a microphone?
So the question was, who sponsored the bill about the district manager term limits? It is Deputy Speaker or Deputy Leader Natasha Williams. I believe she's in Council District 27, and we can talk offline about apparently how district manager jobs are different in different boroughs. They are certainly supported very differently. You've heard me say many times, especially in the last 3 or 4 months, how meaningful the support that we get from the Manhattan Borough President's office is, that apparently is not universal. And I'll shut up after that.
Great.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so next we are going to go to business session, so that will require a roll call, and then we'll move to approval of the April full board minutes and our business agenda.
All right, let's see if I can do this way. Okay, Susanna Aaron, Will Banesh, Keen Berger. I see her, but actually you do
You need to turn your mic
microphone. You
on
need to
because we
say that
can't
you're
look.
here. You need to turn on your microphone and say that you're here.
I am here.
Thank you very much. Carter Booth. Katie Bordenero absent. Okay, Anita Brand absent. Amy Brenna. Rich Cacapolo. Nina Chen. Okay, I'm going. Valerie De La Rosa.
I'm right here.
Chris Dignas. Arturo Fernandez. Mar Fitzgerald. Stella Fitzgerald absent. Cormac Flynn absent. Susan Gammy. David Gruber absent. DJ Jen, are you there? David Gruber? No, okay, all right, sorry. Okay, all right. DJ Jane is absent. Susan Kent. Ryder Kessler absent. Janine Kiley. Patricia Laria. Janet Liff. Benjamin Listman. And Ed Ma.
Yes.
Is present. Okay. Paul McDade absent. Erica Olson had to leave. Brian Pape. Donna Raftery present. Lois Rakoff absent. Bo Riccobono. Sean Ryan absent. Rosia Sands. Shirley Secunda. Eddie Siegel. Frederica Siegel absent. Emma Smith absent. Dr. Shirley Smith absent. Chenault Spence absent. Sean Sweeney. Oh, Chenault is here. Sorry. Okay, Chenault, are you here?
Here.
Say yeah. Thank you. Sorry, Chenault. Sean Sweeney. Susan Wittenberg.
Here.
Anthony Wong. Eugene Yu. Okay.
Confirming we have a quorum. Thank you. All right, so next, do we have a motion to approve the April full board minutes? I see the chair recognizes Susan Gammy and, I'm sorry? Okay.
It came to our attention after everything was printed that there is a small error in the attendance of the April full board meeting. I don't have all the details because Emma is not with us. So if I may propose that we approve the minutes subject to that small correction about who left early and who arrived late.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, so I have a motion, I recognize a motion from Susan Gammy and Susanna Aaron for the second. Thank you. Next, we will go to resolutions from standing committees. There's a resolution that came out of the executive committee, so I will briefly present that right now. Did not have that turned to the page yet. So this is a resolution in support of the expansion of Lower Manhattan Community Middle School into a unified 6 through 12 secondary school at 26 Broadway. You may have heard some public testimony about it. As was asked at the last full board meeting, there was questions about what to do about different topics that came up regarding schools and education or human services. And so, as I stated at that meeting, was to bring it to exec. This is where this comes out of. So this was presented at exec by Janine Kiley, and it was also noted that both Mar and Patricia had helped out with it. So I will go to the therefore be it resolved. There are 3 of them. Therefore, be it resolved that Community Board 2 Manhattan strongly supports the expansion of Lower Manhattan Community Middle School, a unified public 6 through 12 secondary school housed within the 26 Broadway Educational Campus, using the space vacated by Urban Assembly School of the Business for young women, with such expansion to occur under the current LMC administration and oversight by the New York City School District 2 Superintendent. Number 2, requests that any future school utilization planning for 26 Broadway prioritize coherent single program building management, coordinated student scheduling, equitable access to shared facilities, emergency preparedness, and pedestrian safety surrounding the campus. 3, insists that the New York City Public Schools City Public Schools to engage LMC families, school leadership, local elected officials, Community Education Council District 2, and the Lower Manhattan community in a transparent and collaborative planning process regarding the long-term educational future of the 26 Broadway campus. It was voted unanimous in favor. Before we get to any discussion, this is a feeder school for District 2 schools that are located in Community District 2 schools that are located within the school Community District 2. So I just wanted to state that. And I'm sure that Janine, Mar, or Patricia will answer any additional questions should you have them. Is there any discussion here? I see Keen with their hand raised.
Yes, thank you. Was on the education committee. I strongly support this. This is wonderful. I'm glad we're doing it.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Is there any unwillingness to vote on this resolution as presented? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Recusals? Thank you very much. Next, we will go to the next committee on our agenda, which I believe is the Street Activities and Resiliency. Again, as a reminder to please just read the therefore be it resolves.
And Erica were out for our meeting, so I ran it. So I am getting the pleasure of delivering you our resolutions. Resolution 1, May 12th, May 18th, Guru House, be it resolved, denial, sorry,
Why don't we move to the next committee while that's sorted out maybe? Okay, so we'll go to SLA licensing 1 and 2. Donna? Apologies for the quick.
That's all right.
Thank
I
you.
got it. Okay, SLA 1, we met on May 5th. We had 14 applications, 9 resolutions. All the votes were unanimous. Caudalie USA Inc. doing business as Caudalie at 130 Green Street. This is a wine, beer, and cider for a tavern, previously unlicensed, deny unless with steps. Dole FNC Corp. doing business as Tofu at 96 Bowery Wine, Beer, and Cider for a restaurant previously unlicensed, deny unless with steps. Mulberry House LLC doing business as Casa Mulberry, 113 Mulberry Street, on premise for a restaurant, deny unless with steps. Forget About Hospitality LLC doing business as Forget About It at 168 Bleecker Street, on premise for a restaurant, deny unless with steps. Juicery Nolita LLC doing business as Only the Wild Ones at 19 Kenmare Street, The Corner Store. It's on premise for a tavern, deny unless with steps. Just Pizza Eats Village LLC doing business as Area Nova Pizza at 190 Bleecker Street. So wine, beer, and cider for restaurant previously unlicensed. This was denied. Center for Emerging, sorry, I should be saying the number. Number 7, Center for Emerging Culture, Inc. and September Hospitality Management, Inc. as manager doing business as Lightning Society, also known as Soho Ballroom at 45 Howard Street, also known as 427 Broadway. Floors 2 and 3, a new catering establishment, wine license, previously unlicensed location. This was a denial. Number 8, Center for Emerging Culture, Inc., doing business as the Lightning Society, 45 Howard Street, also known as 427 Broadway, floors 4, 5, and the rooftop. It's a new on-premise for a members club, previously unlicensed location. This was a denial. Gamma Thompson Corp. doing business as Blue Haven at 108 West Houston Street. This was an alteration to add sidewalk and roadway seating. Their appearance was waived. This was deny unless with steps. Items 10 to 14 are layovers or withdrawals.
Any of these that anyone would like to call out? Okay, so let me just get to that part of the book. Okay, so we have
items 1 to 9, and then 10 to 14 layovers, withdrawals.
1 to 9, and then 10 to 14 layovers, withdrawals, all those different things. Is there any unwillingness to vote on these items that I just stated? I won't repeat them. All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Rocio? Oh, can we get a microphone to Rocio? Which one would you like to abstain on?
Number 6.
Number 6. Thank you. Can we get you a microphone? Because people online can't hear. Can we get Mara a microphone, please? Thank you.
Are we doing 1 and 2 together?
So we just voted. No one asked for any of them to be called out. So we're voting on numbers 1 through 9 and 10 through 14.
SLA 1 through 9, and then 10 to 14, SLA 1.
So we've taken the vote for in favor of those, and opposed and abstentions. We have recusals left. I'm sorry? Oh, would you? Okay, we can still take an abstention. If you could get a microphone, could you get a microphone? We can't hear online.
Abstain.
On which
From
one?
which ones?
Lightning Society.
So that's number 7 and 8, both of them? Is that both of them, Mar?
Any recusals on SLA 1 through 9, or 10 through 14? Okay, thank you. Next.
Okay, SLA 2, met on May 7th, 18 applications, 13 resolutions. Takiko Inc. doing business as Mary's Fish Camp, 626 Hudson Street, wine, beer, and cider for a restaurant, deny unless with steps. All the decisions were unanimous. Number 2, Pornset LLC at 350 Hudson Street, A1. This is an on-premise for a tavern. It's a transfer, deny unless with steps. El Cameron Peludo LLC at 20 Cornelia Street. This is a wine, beer, and cider for a tavern, deny unless with steps. West Village Pub LLC at 250 West 14th Street. There's a DBA Shane McGowan's, on premise for a tavern, deny unless with steps. Puttery Manhattan LP doing business as Puttery 446 West 14th Street. This is an on-premise restaurant. It was a change in method of operation. Deny unless with steps. People New York City LLC doing business as People's, 113 West 13th Street, on-premise tavern. This was also a change in method of operation. Deny unless with steps. Legion Hospitality LLC doing business as Legion at 140 Charles Street at 683 Washington Street. On premise for a restaurant previously unlicensed, deny unless with steps. Number 8, Cherry Club Hospitality LLC doing business as Cherry Club, 141 West 10th Street in the cellar. On premise for a restaurant, deny unless with steps. Number 9, C7 Avenue South LLC, doing business as Judy Z's at 1 7th Avenue South. And this is an alteration to add sidewalk and roadway seating. And this was a denial. It was unanimous. I need to clean up the front part of this. It's an on-premise for a restaurant and a sidewalk and roadway. So that's what it should say next to the name. Lilliput LLC at 45 Renwick Street. This is a wine, beer, and cider for a tavern, previously unlicensed, deny unless with steps. Arvine Hospitality LLC, doing business as Arvine 19 Greenwich Avenue. This is an alteration to add sidewalk. The appearance was waived, deny unless. Number 12, New York City LLC, doing business as Radiant Cafe at 172 Waverly Place, Store 2. This was an alteration to add sidewalk and open street seating. Their appearance was waived, deny unless with steps. Number 13 is 305 Bleecker Street Food Market LLC, doing business as Suprema Provisions at 305 Bleecker Street. Alteration to add sidewalk seating. The appearance was waived, deny unless with steps. Items 14 through 18 were layovers or withdrawals.
Great. So for SLA 2, we have 1 through 13 and 14 through 18. Are there any that anyone would like to call out for discussion? Otherwise, we will take them in a block as we did the previous ones. And again, this is SLA 2, 1 through 13, and then 14 through 18, which are layovers, withdrawals. Okay, seeing none, we'll take them in a block. Is there any, not seeing any, and if there's any unwillingness to vote, please let it be known now. Otherwise, we will take items 1 through 13 and 14 through 18. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Can we get Rocio a microphone, please? Thank you. Which numbers?
Number 9.
Number 9, thank you. And any recusals on SLA 2, 1 through 13, 14 through 18? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. Next, we have Parks and, well, are you guys ready? Oh, we've got, well, sorry, we'll have to hold on that. You're already up there, let's go.
Okay. Got to be quick. We were, the committee, that is the Parks and Waterfront Committee, was asked to hold a community discussion about whether the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation should replace the process currently used to close Washington Square Park. It's temporary police barricades, referred to as French barricades. We had a long discussion. There were all five networks, if you call Fox a network, you know, or New York One, et cetera. We reminded that city agencies are often unwilling to prepare plans or cost estimates without a formal community board request. And so ultimately we agreed on a resolution requesting that they just give us a range of proposals to replace the current system, understanding that any of their ideas would be returned for further public review. Sorry for that context, but so there's a lot of notes and there are a lot of whereases, but the end of the resolution says, therefore be it resolved that Community Board 2 Manhattan requests that the Department of Parks and Recreation undertake the effort and expense to produce and present to the community alternatives to the temporary French barricade system that is currently employed to enforce closure of the park that align with the needs of the Department of Parks and Recreation to operate and maintain Washington Square Park. And 2, that these alternatives be sensitive to community current concerns, which include safety, inclusivity, efficacy, budget, and aesthetics in a historic district. And 3, that these alternatives run the gamut from simple change with a park closed sign to more substantial and ornate gates that align with the historic design of the existing fence. And 4, that in support of the need for more effective means of closing the park in the overnight hours, both the Department of Parks and Recreation and the New York Police Department provide information and data that confirm the need for any form of blockade or obstruction at all to enforce closing hours, as well as the manpower used to install and remove the French barricades each day and patrol the park each night because they are so easily and frequently dislodged. And 5, that the Department of Parks and Recreation provide cost estimates and potential funding sources for each of the proposed designs it presents. The vote was approved with 10 in favor. We had 1 board member, Chris, and 1 public member, Sharon, who opposed. There were no abstentions or recusals.
Thank you, Rich. Any discussion on this resolution?
I'd like to say something.
Okay, Chenault.
We've been
We'll
put
go
on
to-
notice that this will come to the Landmarks Committee in June. And I would think that it's important that it come to the Parks Committee ahead of our meeting so that we would be informed about what is in effect testimony concerning.
So Chenault, I'm pretty sure that that is regarding only the signage and the dog area turf
That is correct.
resurfacing.
Oh, the gates are
which
not coming yet.
Parks- The gates are not
Yeah.
coming, or
Okay.
or whatever the
Okay.
solution is.
Yeah.
That's going to be presented back as a programming type of aspect before it's a landmarks application,
Okay.
which then would go to.
I think
landmarks.
anything we would prefer coming to them and then us so that we're
That's
informed about.
Correct.
Sure.
That is, that's the way it goes. Yes. Brian, can we get you a microphone?
Okay, I just wanted to note that the fence around the park is only about 40 inches high. Anybody that wants to get in at night can just hop over it, whether, gates or
Right.
whatever the barriers are.
Right.
And so it seems counterproductive to add gates, which changes the character of the park. So I would encourage that we don't do that kind of a change to the historic nature of the park. Thank you.
Okay. I
Janine?
just
Oh,
want to
we had Keen next, and then we'll go.
just point out that as you mentioned, we're not proposing that it be gates. There is no proposal. It could be a velvet rope. It could be a chain. It could be spikes, like, so you can't roll backwards with your tires. We don't know what it is. There's no ulterior motive. We're just trying to get some options on the table.
And
So-
yeah, and anything that would then come out of that next meeting or two from Parks, that would be an intervention in a historic district. So there would be some sort of certificate of appropriateness, and the would be filed to then ensure that it is goes through our process, because it would then go to LPC. So just going to clear that up. Keen, and then we'll go to
Yes, I
Janine in
just
the
wanted to say that I think that this resolution is too wordy. I think we should just say, no, you cannot do this. You cannot, you cannot propose something in any kind of detail
Okay.
until you call to us. And I particularly dislike the fact that in our resolution, it mentions the possibility of gates, because I
Okay.
think that is so contrary to what this board has agreed over the many years. So
Okay.
I'm going to vote against this unless there's more sentiment to change it, to make it just
Absolutely
very
not.
clear.
There's no sentiment to change. You should vote no.
Okay, I will. And that is why, everybody, this is horrendous that they would even
Good.
suggest it.
Okay, thank you for the comment, Keen. I'll reconsider it. No is my answer. We are not going to change it. It's a simple request to the Parks Department to propose
My
changes.
problem is it's not simple. You did a lot of words.
Yeah, I did a lot of words and we spent a lot of time discussing it, hours of time discussing it. And I've tried to capture all those thoughts in both the notes and the resolution. But if you don't like it, Keen, you should vote no.
No, it's exactly. I understand. It captures.
Great. Yeah.
discussion.
Yeah. So if it is, it is, I think it's still halftime at the Knicks. And it is 9:26 PM. So, are there any, Janine had her hand up, and then Shirley.
Number 3, therefore be it resolved, says that alternatives run the gamut from simple chains with a park closed signs to more substantial and ornate gates. I'm not scientific, but what was the consensus in the room on that spectrum of choices?
There was no debate about which ones were best or worst.
Okay, thank you.
Shirley, and then Eddie. Can we get Can we get a microphone? The faster we can get microphones, the faster we can get through our business, right? And the evening, just for everyone.
Okay, am I on?
Yeah.
I can hear me. Okay. I'm just wondering, in view of what the Washington Square Parks Council is doing in terms of a survey, that whether we should make some reference to that.
What is the Washington Square Park survey? Well,
Well, that was-
again, remember that there's going to be a second meeting and that this report is a documentation of what was discussed at the first week of this month. I think it was May 6th, was it? And so, while anyone is welcome to propose some sort of amendment here to that nature, the report is a document of what was discussed at the meeting, and there will be another meeting on this.
Agree. Yeah.
So,
Okay, well,
Well,
they'll
yeah.
probably come and present then
Yeah.
anyhow.
yeah, exactly.
included.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will, can we get a microphone to Will? If we could just, do you have one? Eddie? Oh, I did. You know what? I probably did. Eddie, why don't you go?
Yes, I'm on this committee. I voted yes. I don't want gates at the park. I just think the existing barricades are very ugly. And so I'm just saying for folks that don't want gates, you can still support this resolution because I would prefer a chain or something like that. And so I would like to see that option so we don't have these ugly police barricades in front of our entrances anymore.
It sounds like it's a resolution about not the status quo, about changing what the status quo is currently. Will.
Oh, I was going to say almost the same thing. I mean, I thought for those who didn't attend the meeting, it was not contentious. Actually, it was really, I thought, a great meeting. Everyone had really interesting views. Everyone listened to each other's views. And I think that's what resulted in what I think is a very kind of open-ended resolution that incorporates all those possibilities.
Thank you.
Again, the alternative is the kind of the situation that we have right now with these barriers, which are unsightly, which don't work well. And I think most people agree that they don't love those. And I think everyone can kind of agree on that.
Yeah, thanks. I agree.
Great. Is there any further discussion from board members on this resolution?
Yeah, I wanted to let Chris speak.
Okay.
Yeah, I want. Yeah.
The current system is hostile architecture, and any proposition to amend that is more hostile architecture. That's why I'm opposed to doing any kind of research that would propose any adjustments to a gate. Central Park doesn't have gates. This place hasn't had gates in 150 years. I know George already said that, but I don't think this should be entertained at all, particularly if it's the source material is propaganda that we have to have gates because cops said so. Meanwhile, the reality is cops had to do cop work to clean up the northwest corner. So it's a no for me.
Great. Is there any unwillingness to vote on this resolution? Is there someone I didn't call on that had their hand raised? I really don't want to stifle discussion, but I do want to move us along. So if there's not any unwillingness to vote, all those in favor of the resolution as presented? Opposed? Great, so so I see Chris, since I have the microphone, Patricia, Mar, Amy, Susan Gammy. Did you get all those? I can say them one more time. I'm not done yet. Thank you. So Chris, Mar, Patricia, Susan Gammy, and Amy, and Keen. Is that it? Okay. Any abstentions? Are there any abstentions? Any recusals? Do you have a financial interest in this? Okay.
Investment in French barricades.
Do we have a tally of what that would be? So it passes. It seems.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so if you could maybe just like contact the office about it. Yeah, that'd be
Sorry.
great. And let's go to landmarks. Again, Chenault, if we can do, well, he's not on the Zoom, so why don't you go? I don't see him there. So Eddie, why don't you go? You got lucky. When you're not ready, you don't get rewarded by getting to go just out of order.
Maybe 2 rewards, second chances.
So there you go. There you go.
I'm ready.
Well,
first-
Chenault, we're going to pause. Just pause. We're going to go through Eddie. Sorry.
I didn't hear.
Sephora slushy cart at 9th Ave, unanimous approve. Throbcella at Howard Street between Center and Lafayette, no-show denial. Dermot number 4, Dermot E Skincare Consumer Activation on Broadway between Grand and Howard, unanimous approve. Mother's Day Soho number 5 on Green Street between Broome and Spring was unanimous approve. Number 6, Student Art Celebration on Astor Place Plaza, no-show denial. Little Owl 20th Anniversary Neighborhood Party. There we go. This was a longer one. I'm going to read this one out. Recommends approval of Little Owl 20th Anniversary Neighborhood Party. Sorry, I'm screwing this up again. This is what happens when you get second things. No, we're good. We're good. I don't need to support. Sorry, I thought we had a longer therefore than we did. We put it in the whereases. Never mind. I read the whereases. Number 8, Bigfoot remains, no-show denial. Number 9, a new event, Green Between Canal and Grand, approval. Number 10, Chomp's Vintage Truck Sampling. That is approval. Number 11, the Light We Carry Festival Street Party. That was on approval. Number 12, Sephora pop-up on Gansevoort. That was a no-show denial. Number 13, Coach Matcha Truck on Broadway. That was a approval. Number 14, Porsche Design and Watches of Switzerland, Green Between Broome and Spring. That was an approval. Number 15, Estee Lauder Mobile Truck on Spring and Lafayette. That was a denial. Number 16, MacDougall Street Mambo. This was a denial, but I believe they had contacted the office before this, and we may have more on this in a moment. Number 17, the Jones Street Festival between Bleecker and 4th. That was a approval. We voted on 18 through 26 are FYIs, renewals in a block, and we approved them all. And item number 27 was brought by the chair during new business, resolution regarding A1749A PRIA. This is legislation in the State Assembly that Assemblymember Glick is carrying. We voted 3 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 not voting to support this piece of legislation.
Wonderful. I'm really glad that we were able to get all that out. So are there any that people would like to call out from 1 through 27 for street activities and resiliency? Anyone to call out for discussion? Otherwise, we'll take them in a block. Yes?
That's right.
So there is one you want to call out.
That's right. Yes,
Okay,
I would like to call out the MacDougall Street Mambo 16. I believe, and will correct me here, that they had actually proposed to delay this application. That did not reach the committee. That word of that did not reach the committee. So we had voted in the committee to deny it, which is why it is on this application packet. So we are now voting to amend. This is a motion to amend this minutes to table
You
this.
send it back to committees. Well, you want to
Yeah.
make a motion? So you want to make so somebody want to make a motion to send this back to committee? Will, wait, you need to make the motion.
I'd like to make the motion to table this and send it back to committee, number 16.
Okay, number 16. Great. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Recusals? So we'll say that Eddie made the motion and Will seconded it. I apologize for not calling that out, as we know that's been a thing. So that we then have 1 through 15, and then we have 17 through 27. Are there any additional that people would like to call out for discussion? Otherwise, we will take them in a block. So 1 through 15 and 17 through 27, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Recusal? Abstention? Can we get Rocio a microphone, please? Thank you. Chris, thank you for the assist.
On the 27,
It's 27. Okay, Donna?
I'm recusing on numbers 2 and 12. I am a voting member of the meatpacking bid.
Okay, could you,
2 and 12.
great, thank you. And then, and the reason?
I'm a voting member on the meatpacking bid.
Thank you. Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you all.
Thanks. Next, we have landmarks 1 and 2. Chenault, just the therefore be it resolves, please. We'll start with landmarks 1.
Green Street is to be reviewed by staff. Number 2, 770 Broadway, application to install illuminated signage on exterior wall for Bank of America at the corner of Broadway and 8th Street. This is the known Wanamaker building. We recommend approval. 134 Charles Street to replace doors and windows throughout the entire building on each of the 4 sides. This is the second time we heard this. There was simply not enough information, and we were able to reschedule it for this meeting without asking it be laid over. And we recommend, in essence, that they be different windows that conform more to a industrial design. 23 West 12th Street is again to be reviewed by the staff. 491 Broadway to legalize installation of windows without permits and non-compliance with the permit. This one is terribly complex, but we recommend denial of the proposed remedy of a bar in the middle of the single pane windows to simulate double hung window, and that they be replaced with the approved historic windows. Denial of the legalization of the secondary facade pair of windows, and that they be replaced with the approved historic windows. That the commission use its good offices to encourage the cooperative to adopt a master plan for any future window replacement based on the approved design for this application. 26 Bleecker Street, restore the facade, restore the cornice on the primary facade, replace windows, install new storefront and infill, match the historic configuration, construct a rooftop addition and non-visible light court to convert the building from commercial to residential. Approval of this thoughtful restoration with attention to historic detail, provided that the ground floor cornice have the historic profile and details evident in the original renderings and historic photographs. That's the first.
Thank you. So that's number 1 through 6 for landmarks 1. Susan, you had you wanted to.
Yeah, I just have a procedural question. Because Charles Street was considered in the second meeting, we had the business session for Charles Street in Landmarks 2 meeting, not Landmarks 1. So I just want to ask when the appropriate time to vote on the Charles Street application is.
Is that number 3?
Yes.
It's number 2 in the second meeting.
Okay, so then we only have one.
So she's correct.
So then
We
we
should
have
move that
one,
to the
so
second
we don't
meeting.
have anything to vote on in number 3. There's no text in this report, so we'll vote on it in the second report, right?
okay,
So
good.
thank you.
Yeah,
So then
it was
it's,
stricken from this one then.
so then it's 1 through 2, and then it's 4 through 6, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for calling that out. Okay, so are there any that people would like to call out for discussion separately? Otherwise, we will take them in a block for landmarks meeting number 1, resolutions 1 through 2 and 4 through 6. Keen, was there a resolution you would like to call out for discussion?
I think the first one.
Okay, so we're gonna vote on resolution number 2 and 4 through 6, and we'll come back to number 1, so we can move.
What it's a question about it. I mean,
Okay.
I think I could vote once I know something from Chenault. When you say it's gonna go back to, you want to go back, the resolution says go back to landmarks committee. I don't understand what that means. Are we essentially saying you didn't give us enough information, or what are we saying?
You mean the reason for delaying it to the second meeting?
No, you read 2 resolutions that you said what we agreed is to send it back. What does that mean?
To hear it, we needed more information. They were able to supply it by our second meeting so that we did not have to send it back to the landmarks committee to have it delayed in order to hear it a month later.
Right, so we
It would
were
just
clear
happen that
about-
we were able to hear it at the Monday meeting, so
Right,
they didn't have to delay their
okay.
hearing at landmarks.
Okay, good. So essentially,
Back to the
we're not-
commission, right?
Yeah, we get to vote on it at the second meeting. Right, thank you.
Great. So is there any willingness to take 1 through 2 and 4 through 6 for landmarks 1 in a block? Is there any unwillingness to vote? All right, so for voting on landmarks 1, resolutions 1 through 2 and 4 through 6, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Can we get a microphone to Keen, did you have your hand up? Excuse me. Keen, did you have
No, I thought I lowered it, no?
Okay.
Voting. I
Okay.
lowered my hand. I'm
Are you
voting as a
voting, what
block.
is your vote?
Yes. As a
Okay,
block.
thank you. Thanks. Rocio?
Voting against number 5.
Voting against number 5, we were on abstentions. We'll take that as an opposition. Is there any abstentions? Any recusals on 1 through 2, 4 through 6 for landmarks 1? Seeing none, we're going to move along. Landmarks 2, Chenault?
144 Spring Street. Application to construct a 2-story commercial building on a vacant lot. This is there's several of these lots, or have been gradually filled in Soho, and they're small, and this is terribly complicated. I think it's easier if I just read it instead of trying to summarize it. There are a few phrases added in the first that didn't make it into the packet, and they're not of any substance, and I would ask leave to send the correct copy to the secretary. There are some changes in the resolves, and I will read the version with the changes, and you'll see it's different if you're following along. That the cast concrete structural elements have greater weight and detailing and lighter in oh, sorry, I didn't read the resolutions. That's all there is to the resolution. It's very
Just therefore be it
the
resolved. So we have,
description. Yeah.
thank you. So
The
we,
cast
are you
concrete
done?
structural elements have greater weight and detailing and a lighter color to move closer reference to the cast iron elements on which they are modeled and denial of the lighting on the columns. The repetitiveness of the bays, spandrels, and advertising signs be revealed by varying the width of the bays, giving more importance to the entrances and elimination of a number of signs. That there be terminal element at the sides of the building where it meets the structures, existing structures. The spandrels have less decorative design, more closely referencing the cast iron grills on which they are modeled. The rooftop guard railing be a simpler design and be set back from the facade in accordance of LPC standards for low buildings in designated landmarks districts, and that the rooftop structure have fewer windows. To nominally reference the storefronts that are the basic identity of the district and to establish a hierarchy and layering of the elements. The ground floor, in addition to display windows and entrances, should include a tall, more substantial base bulkhead grounded to the pavement and cornice that adds depth to the flat facade, and that the ground floor to the floor height be significantly taller in relationship to the second floor to the floor height and with less glass than below.
Great. Is there
And
anyone
Charles
want to
Street
call
will
out?
be number 2, and
Oh.
summarize that.
Did you finish number 2 or not?
I finished
Or
it
you
when
did it- oh,
I
you did
said,
it first.
yeah.
Okay. Apologies. Okay, so is there any one or two that we would like to call out separately, and then we can vote on the other one? Janine, did you want to speak? We haven't voted yet.
I'm waiting for, I'm just.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was really confused. Okay, so is there any unwillingness to vote on landmarks 2, resolutions 1 and 2? Any discussion to call out? Okay, just making sure. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Recusals? Thank you very much. Next, we will go to traffic and transportation.
First of all, I hope Keen doesn't kill me because there's a lot of words in this resolution as well. It's 22 pages of minutes and resolution. There's 3 resolutions. It starts on page 13 as the whereas, and maybe need to do this a little lower. And the resolution starts, and I am going to read it all because we spend a lot of time on this. And I just want to highlight, this is similar to the resolution CB2, similar but more strict than the resolution we passed in December on Canal Street. Canal Street resolution was in support and with improvements recommended. This resolution is titled in support, subject to modifications, and it's for Lafayette Street, 4th Avenue, Astor Place, East 8th Street, which we really heard no issues on, and West 13th Street. Therefore, be it resolved that Manhattan Community Board 2 supports the NYC Department of Transportation's proposed redesign of all those streets to improve pedestrian safety, strengthen the bicycle network, calm traffic, and reclaim public space, subject to the following modifications. Pedestrian safety. DOT should maximize pedestrian safety improvements along the redesigned corridors with additional concrete pedestrian islands where feasible, lengthen split phase signal timing where possible from 7 to 10 seconds. 7 is the shortest. They always start at that. At PD crossing guard, at pickup and drop off on school days at Grace Church School and at City and Country School. Additional signage to alert pedestrians and cyclists at all intersections and the school crossings in both directions. Rumble strips in the bike lane and other physical traffic calming measures at all intersections and school crossings in both lanes. Number 2, DOT should install granite blocks and bollards in and around the 2-way bike lane until it installs permanent hardened infrastructure. For those of you who haven't seen the presentation, the hardened infrastructure would come at the end of this year at the earliest. They're just painting now. DOT should prioritize these pedestrian safety improvements near Stewart House, Grace Church School, City and Country School, and other locations with significant concentrations of children, seniors, and pedestrians. Number 4, regarding bike lane designs, CB2 urges the DOT to expeditiously paint the existing southbound bike lane on Broadway from Bleecker to West 14th Street, which CB2 unanimously supported in its April 2025 resolution, and add a protected bike lane, ideally hardened, as soon as possible if space permits on the 80-foot wide street. Number 5, in addition to adding the protected bike lane on Broadway from Bleecker to West 14th Street, CB2 requests that the DOT expeditiously evaluate the proposal advanced by local stakeholders to locate the southbound protected bike lane to Broadway between 14th Street and Astor Place. Travel lanes, which is, whoops, make sure I have it. Travel lanes in number 6, in response to community concerns regarding the DOT's plan to remove one travel lane on Lafayette between Prince and 8th Street. DOT will temporarily remove the bike lane, the travel lane on a trial basis.
Are these just the therefore be it resolved? I just want to.
This is the therefore be it
Okay, thank
resolved.
you.
This is the therefore be it resolved. Continuously monitor and evaluate the changes in conjunction with the amenity zone design, return to CB2 in fall 26 with updated design plans, and again after 9 months to discuss and review the action's impact on traffic, emergency access, pedestrian safety, and cycling. Number 7 and 8 are deliveries, curb management, and amenity zones. DOT should design parking regulations to ensure adequate access to the curb and amenity zone for passenger drop-off and pickup, accessible transportation, deliveries by car, truck, micromobility vehicles, commercial loading to both accommodate residents, businesses, and schools to prevent illegal double parking and bike lane obstructions. 8, DOT should design the amenity zone to prioritize loading and delivery management and address how this will work when the parking lane immediately work with the parking lane immediately to the east of the amenity zone. I'll jump to 9, emergency access. DOT should continue to coordinate with FDNY, MTA, and local institutions to ensure bus operations and curb functionality on all the redesigned streets. And CB2 insists that the DOT add a traffic signal preemption system to change the traffic signal to green on Great Jones Street at Lafayette Street for engine 33 ladder 9 at 42 Great Jones, given the size of the fire station, plans to reduce travel lanes and new development on Great Jones Street that will reduce sight lines and during construction further crowd the intersection. Number 11 and 12 relate to delivery workers and the public realm. CB2 urges DOT and relevant city agencies to improve conditions for app-based delivery workers in the Astor Place area, including the addition of a Deliverista hub, seating, weather protection, restroom access, and related public amenities. Encourages DOT to study options to pedestrianize Jersey Street on the 2 blocks between Crosby and Lafayette, and between Lafayette and Mulberry Street, as CB2 previously requested in its August 25 resolution, and on Astor Place between Broadway and Lafayette. And encourages DOT to install additional temporary signage as pedestrian, cyclists, cars, and trucks adjust to the conversion of Astor Place to one-way. Number 14, DOT should relocate city bike stations. We've talked about this forever, getting the one out of Petrosino Square, and as well as taking the one on Lafayette Street and moving it to the west side. West 13th Street, DOT should design parking regulations to ensure adequate curb access for passenger drop-off and pickup, accessible transportation, and all other stuff. As it lists there. 16, DOT must provide the same pedestrian safety treatments and loading zones at City and Country School as the proposed for Grace Church. Be it further resolved that CB2 supports implementation of the project with the above modifications and asks DOT to return to CB2 within 9 months with operational feedback and statistics on the impact of all the changes on pedestrians, local students, cyclists, residents, small business, etc. Be it finally resolved that going forward, CB2 urges the DOT to precisely describe and communicate its proposed street redesigns, conduct extensive outreach to all stakeholders, including residents and small businesses, prior to presenting final plans, and share draft presentations with CB2 at least 1 week prior to a public meeting. And it was 8 yes, 1 abstention, and 1 no, and you can see all the votes there. And I have 2 more resolutions.
Yep.
Much
Go through
shorter.
them.
I'm sorry. Number 2 is a resolution in support of the Clarkson Street Open Street for Schools project, and therefore be it resolved that we support the open street and commend everyone, and we support the open street. And that passed unanimously, and the final resolution is in support of open streets in Manhattan CB2. And again, CB2 supports the continuation of the open street program and the 16 specific open streets that were presented to us, and this passed unanimously.
Great. Let's do number 1 first, if everyone's all right with that. Let's do number 1. Chris,
Hi,
you have
really
your
quick.
hand raised?
Yeah. So the FDNY has put out 100% of fires in recorded history, and that even includes before they were formalized in 1865. Bikes won't,
the first
folks, yes, bikes won't be the thing that stop us from doing it. Other than that, these are all yes for me.
Great. So again, we're going to do number 1 first, if that's all right. Thank you for that. Any other discussion on resolution number 1 in traffic and transportation? Okay. Amy, can we get a microphone to Amy? And then I saw Carter had his hand raised.
I'm going to make this fast. The one thing I really want to point out, there's so many things I could point out. I feel like the DOT came to us in bad faith with an extremely short timeline, which is why for the final meeting where we voted, and they presented their third round of revisions, the public was not able to make any comments. The public had never commented on the final round of revisions. And I put that all towards DOT creating a timeline where they started the work before we even had our second meeting. Okay. That's really what I wanted to say.
Carter. Can we get a microphone to Carter and then we could move this along?
It's so, it's surprising to me the number of my immediate neighbors. I live in NoHo who came to speak in opposition to this. I didn't really hear anyone speak in support. And for the NoHo section, as opposed to the section to the north, the biggest opposition was actually to the reduction in the travel lane, not necessarily the two-way bike lane. And there was some opposition, I'm not saying there wasn't, but it was really in the reduction in the travel lane. We have a section of Lafayette Street that works well. There's not a demonstrated need for any of the very vague amenity zone uses. They're not demonstrated yet. We have a corridor that doesn't have large residential buildings that would require any of the trash bins outside. Almost all the residential buildings are smaller by virtue of the old loft law regulations, and many of the buildings have corner entrances. As a result, there's also no micro delivery that's really necessary in any large format because most of the micro delivery is to residential areas. The floor plates on the businesses are very large. They require big trucks that come in. They don't service these with small trucks, and anybody who goes through the area, you'll see them parked. It's all truck parking during the day. For the most part, with I think a taxi stand and there may be one other short stretch along the way. I think that we heard the council member speak earlier who represents the area, who said that he would like to see, or thought maybe we should suggest moving the bike lane over to Broadway, as many of the community members had supported. I think I want to go back to addressing, there's no mystery to DOT which streets they're going to repave. These are major capital improvements. I'm sure these are multi-years out. And we just found out about this 1 week, or a few weeks before they're repaving the roads, and they came up with a plan. And I think that's a little bit disingenuous when we have such a major changes that were sort of piggybacked on FIFA and the World Cup being here. That's actually what DOT told us, that they had to do it right away. I think that that's, a stretch at best, but I think that we need to better study an area that works very well. There are no other, in the immediate area, through our whole community board, the very limited northbound travel lanes. And the reduction of this travel lane to calm traffic, which is what DOT had said, I personally have not seen people speeding very much on Lafayette Street. That does happen on Houston and 6th Avenue, but that's not really an element of Lafayette and 4th Avenue. And I think that the other thing that I want to bring up and commend Amy on her outreach to her building and to the northern part of what's affected here is that we didn't put anything on our original meeting about any changes other than the bike lanes. And yet there were a tremendous number of other changes that accompanied this. The second meeting that we had on this, it was only put on the agenda a few days beforehand. And so that's why most of the neighbors, you go talk to them and say, oh, I just heard about this from my other neighbor. And it's such a major change that I think that that's something that we need to take into consideration. And the other aspect of that, and the reason I raised this before with respect to transportation alternatives, is they are an advocacy group, but there's a specific item here that they're lobbying on. And I'm not saying if it's a right or wrong, but we also have a member of the committee in our relevant relationship sections on our bylaws does say people have the opportunity to disclose their relationships. They may influence their discussion on that. And that did not happen. So there's a lot of issues here that raise questions about just transparency and a thorough discussion. And I don't think there's necessarily a right or wrong answer here, but what I did say at the last committee vote is I don't think that the needle was threaded very well here. And I think that there are solutions. Councilmember Epstein had suggested that can accommodate, the needs. I don't think that we need to necessarily, between Prince Street and East 8th Street, reduce it to one traffic lane. And I think that we should push DOT to investigate a protected bike lane down Broadway and coming over on Astor Place. And I think that if you do those two things, you pretty much eliminate a lot of the community's opposition to this. And I think that that's a pathway through this issue for the moment. And then if they want to further investigate and demonstrate a need for a larger amenity lane that would require a reduction to one lane on Lafayette, but they look through and suggest what those needs are and that they're actually needed on Lafayette Street. So, thank you.
Nina has her hand up.
I see that. Nina, why don't you go and then we'll go to Rich.
So 4 days in a week, I bike from West 9th Street down to One Center Street where I work. And I strongly support having a southbound bike lane, either on Broadway or make the Lafayette two ways, because I've often forced to bike with cars on Broadway, or just, it's very hard to find a safe way south all the way through. So I thought the resolution and the request for have crossing guards for Grace Church School and the City and Country, that makes a lot of sense. I thought the improvements that were suggested in the resolution for DOT will address a lot of the community concerns. So I just want to express how important it affects having down southbound lanes will improve my commute, which is 4 days a week. I go to the office, and I support the improvement suggestions that's in the resolution. Thank you.
Rich?
Yeah, I think you may have covered it with that answer, but Janine, I'm sorry, I didn't attend any of the meetings, so far be it for me to question the number of words, but I'm reading through, I'm just trying to get a sense of the debate over Broadway as a possibility. In here, you write that DOT just says they're looking into it, but they don't have a plan in the
Well, there's no, I mean, first of all, I do want to just share that a year and a half ago, this board it's in the minutes, our board unanimously supported a two-way bike lane, not with any other changes. And we proactively did that from Prince Street to Astor Place. And in that same resolution, we asked for the bike lane to be painted on Broadway between 14th Street to South, not into Soho, but in the NoHo part. So we previously have asked for that. And in this thing, in this resolution, we asked the city to study it. Of course, the city has told us that they're not going to do it. It's not going to happen anytime soon, but we're still asking for it. So that's the rub here, is that we're asking for it and asking them to take a look at it, but the city said they won't. So that's why we have the language the way it is.
Chenault?
Is there a way to oppose the two-way bike lane on Broadway?
There is no two-lane bike lane proposed on Broadway.
I'm not clear how to oppose that.
So this resolution does not have anything about proposing a two-way bike lane on Broadway.
It's so big. It's fine. Thank you.
Will, and then Janet, and then Eddie.
So first of all, I just wanted to thank the committee. It seems like you had to deal with a ton of information on a short period of time. So thank you for all the work there. I live on East 9th between Broadway and University. I bike downtown a lot. I volunteer in Brooklyn and I have to go downtown to get there. I also strongly feel there's a need for a downtown bike lane, whether it's Broadway or Lafayette. I don't have too much of an issue with the two-way bike lane. I do have some concern about the traffic issue with the one lane of traffic. I know in resolution, therefore 6, we talk about this being on a trial basis. I guess my question, I don't know if there's an answer, is sort of how much teeth does that have? Is it the kind of thing where if it's set in place, it's a quote trial, or but it's kind of there, or is it a real like, oh, this could actually
I
be?
guess my answer is, obviously you never know with the city because once something's in, it's in. But in terms of the presentations, they've already repaved, which is, and they're almost done repaving. And but they said that they aren't going to do any of the hardened infrastructure, which is the expensive stuff, until the end of the year. I can't remember if it was November or December, if it was just year end. I can't remember what they said. Yeah, okay, it might be 27. So that, and these things always take longer. So it's just going to be paint. And surely Secunda, who's, the expert and all these things, suggested that we have them come in because they didn't want to come back with formal data because they stopped collecting the data over the winter. So that's why it was 9 months. But we can still have them come back in 6 months because my biggest concern is, and lots of residents say get rid of the lane of get rid of a parking lane. So right now I'm going to go, well, so you guys are all looking from left to right is from west to east. There's the bike lane, then there's an amenity zone, parking, travel, parking. And the amenity zone, the biggest need in this community, for those of you who basically walk, bike, or drive, or all of the above, is everybody double parking, whether it's a double parked Uber or taxi or delivery truck or micromobility. And so I think the most important thing is that for that amenity zone, combined with the parking regs, which are mostly loading and unloading, to allow this extra space to be used for getting people in and out of cars or vehicles, in and out of some kind of vehicle, so they don't block the traffic lane. And so if that's not that, the design of that will drive that. But I think there's been pretty much consensus in the community is like, get rid of the parking. Let's make this, so we have more flow through. And then what's missing, for those of you who didn't actually look at the presentation, so they're going from 2 to 1 travel lanes up to 9th Street, and then north of 9th Street from 3 to 2 travel lanes. So dropping a travel lane, but all along the route where there are turns, they're adding a turn lane. This is not an area where I'm an expert, but you know what it's like when you get stuck behind someone when there's one lane of traffic and they're turning left. So now there will be dedicated left and right turn lanes at the respective intersections. But the devil's in the details, and that's why I think it's important to have them come back and see how it's working. School starts in September, so you get the school part, and so forth. So, there's a lot of details. They already put, if you go to Astor Place in Lafayette, you'll see the sign that it's one way, but I already saw cars parked the other way because you don't see the entrance from the other side.
Janet.
I just wanted to also give people more context. One, we did have 3 meetings. The second meeting, even though maybe there wasn't a lot of notice, we had a full house. We actually held it in Grace Church School, which was in the school and next door to the building that was most concerned about this. So we made it super easy for that community to come out. We did have a strong showing. I'm glad that Janine, I think we're all fine with the bidirectional bike lanes, but I do want to say that lead study that they quote is kind of a red herring, because if you read the study, it actually says it strongly supports 2-way bike lanes in every circumstance. It is kind of an odd thing to call out that I'm happy to share. I can quote from it later. On the reducing a lane, I also, to give context, we had similar concerns when they did Lafayette and Center. I think Center Street is just 1 lane there. We had a whole bunch of concerns. 8th Avenue in Midtown, they went from 5 traffic lanes to 2 with turn lanes. DOT really studies these things, and like you go to Midtown now where there were 5 lanes and there's 2 lanes, and you're like, oh my God. And it works. I welcome all of you to go take a look at that. And they do really study this. And that's why they said the turn lane, I asked what the depth was of the turn lane on every block, because that's really critical. And they said it will vary based upon demand. And then closer to home, my building, we have one through lane in front of it and a turn lane. It is the terminus of Fifth Avenue and 8th Street. We have 5 buses, M1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and tour buses. It used to be just hell until DOT did one through lane, a turn lane, and a split phase signal. And now, like, it was a miracle on how much better that worked. So there is a good likelihood that this, you know, could work really well and possibly better. Thank you.
Amy? Oh, I'm sorry. I said Eddie and then it's Amy. It's like my own little memory game. Eddie.
Hi, everyone. I also bike on the Lafayette bike lane multiple days a week to get to work. If the 2-lane is built, I will most likely take that on the reverse on my way home back. There's already an existing protected bike lane there. Expanding it, as many people have said, will likely on net lower the average speeds of bikers, just because just like when you're driving down to opposite lane traffic, when you're biking, you want to be more careful so you don't hit the other person coming at you. This is a well-used amenity by people both in and going through our community. There's not block-by-block traffic data, but on the city bike dock station on Lafayette and 8th, last month, it was used 22,000 times. In the peak of last summer, it was used over 30,000 times. That's just a single city bike dock, and city bikes are not the only form of biking, as we all know, that go through all of our bike lanes. In addition, a traffic calming will lead to better pedestrian safety in many ways, because one of the big parts of this is reducing crossing length. And so as a pedestrian, I don't have a car in New York. I probably will never have one. We're expanding the sidewalks and making it much easier for pedestrians to cross fast-moving traffic in streets. So I'm in strong support of this. And I think it will be a very positive change for people to get around in our community.
Thanks,
Amy.
Eddie. Thanks. I just want to respond to a few things, and I'll make this as fast as possible. Couple things. People say there is no bike lane on Broadway. There is. The paint is almost non-existent. There's a southbound lane on bike lane on Broadway, but it is not protected. All it would take to make it protected is to repaint. You move the bike lane next to the curb, you park the cars in between. It would be part of the DOT's plan with their east-west bike lane on Astor Place is already connecting to the almost invisible southbound bike lane on Broadway. This would just be a slight adjustment to what is already being proposed. Emily from Transportation Alternatives talked about a loop thing. There's no loop things. You have to make a left and then a right. And I understand, I've talked to a lot of cyclists and that they don't like doing that, but maybe a little inconvenience and understanding of pedestrian concerns might be something people might consider. I would just like to point out that over 500 people signed a petition. Someone had said to me they didn't think that was such a big deal. I mean, how hard is it to stand in the lobby of your building and get signatures? But I can tell you I had to spend 2.5 weeks doing that. I had to explain what was going on, explain everything about it, talk to people a million times, build relationships with the Grace Church and other buildings that didn't exist. So it's actually is kind of a big deal to do that. And if we are supposed to respond to the people who live in our district, you know, maybe we should take that seriously when they tell you that they are very frightened for their personal safety. That said, all those people who signed it are in support of a protected southbound bike lane, a continuous protected southbound bike lane from Union Square to Spring Street. We're just asking for the 4th Avenue section to be moved to Broadway. Secondly, the thing about DOT won't do it. They've been told us they won't do it. Well, Harvey Epstein told the people at Stewart House that the only reason they haven't made it protected a bike lane on Broadway is because business interests don't want it. They think it's too onerous to have to put their stuff, carry their stuff across the bike lane. So that's why it's been held up. And I have spent my entire career, decades, being told that will never happen, it'll never work, we've tried it before. I don't give up just because somebody tells me it won't happen. Anything is possible in New York City. Anything. Whoever's loudest, whoever has the most money, gets what they want down. done. And I don't think the people on Fourth Avenue are going to be quiet. Secondly, just so you know, I'm always trying to check myself. Just today, I went to AARP to see what they think about bike lanes. It is relevant. They love bike lanes, and they also love contraflow bike lanes. But they do talk about a few times where perhaps you shouldn't have two-way contraflow bike lane. And Fourth Avenue is a poster child for what they say shouldn't happen, where you shouldn't have a contraflow bike lane. I'll be happy to share this with anyone if you email to me. But again, this is coming from a source that is a big booster for bike lanes. And I am too. And so are the people who signed that 500 petition. This is not an anti-bike effort. It's an effort to find a compromise. Thank you.
Shirley? The sooner we can get Shirley a microphone, the sooner we can move through the business of this board.
Okay. I just am going to point out a few things that were in our resolution, just to show you the discussion within the committee. First of all, with the bike lanes on Broadway, we very clearly ask for DOT to study the possibility of having the southbound bike lane on Broadway and protected. And what we heard, by the way, in committee from several people actually, was that there are real problems right now. The bicyclists were saying this on the Broadway lane, and that they would like to see some improvement there in protection. And so if a study is done, some conclusions can be reached that way. The other thing which Janine mentioned, and I think is awfully important, is that at this point, we've gotten very positive input in two ways. One way is against the two-lane bike lane, yes, on Lafayette, and others in favor of it, and for different reasons. But the major thing that many of us felt was that until you test it out, you are not going to know how it works. And that is why, and I think Will asked about it, is why we are asking for the bike lane to be monitored with a temporary removal of a lane to be done and to be monitored. And I want to also let you know that DOT had responded in the positive and said that they could do it, but they couldn't do it for less than 9 months. And that's why we put in the 9 months, and that we end up, by the way, saying the same thing again because of how important we had considered it to be, was that, yeah, do the implementation, but only with those modifications we asked for. And that again, within 9 months with operational, return to us within 9 months with operational feedback and statistics on the impact of all the state changes on the various modes, and including the near venues open late at night, and with recommendations for potential revisions. So we're trying to hold them to just doing it on an experimental basis. Okay, try it out. Let's see how it works. And we're just going to have to keep on nagging them a lot to come back when we're asking them to do, and which they actually committed to when they were at the meeting.
I just want to clarify one thing. We didn't ask the city to study it. We urged the city to paint it and to add a protected bike lane. So it was paint and add, not study, just to clarify.
Is there any further? Oh, Nina has her hand. I see Nina Chen has her hand. Oh, and Anthony as well. So,
can I speak?
Sure.
So there is on many parts of Broadway, there is a bike lane, but there is a section that does not have a bike lane. And that's where I had to bike with the traffic. And that's also the section in Lafayette that only has a northbound bike lane. And then there's already a contra direction bike lanes south of the part that in the southern part of Lafayette. And that's also where I agree with Eddie said, I bike slower when there's counterpart. So again, we need either the bike lane, southbound bike lane for Broadway to be completely connected throughout 14 to down to Soho, or make the Lafayette two ways. Thank you.
Anthony, let me take my own advice and use this microphone. Anthony.
Yeah, so I'm the lone no vote on this particular committee. My no vote is actually weighed in 3 parts. Number 1, I voted no back for the Center Street reduction from 2 lanes to 1. So that's one part. Number 2, our committee, when we met, was advertised as business session. Yet the DOT came with all sorts of new information. It wasn't publicly advertised as a new particular meeting. Borough President's office says it was okay to introduce that new information, and we didn't have to have another public meeting, and there was time constraints to do a new public meeting. So my no was factoring in that the public didn't have a chance to absorb this new information. Number 3, a big section of the community came out to object to the, and I put that into my vote.
Great. We haven't heard from Sean Sweeney yet, so let's hear from Sean. And then can we get a microphone to Sean?
Yeah, I'm going to bounce off what Anthony said. You know, to be on this board, you either have to live, work, or go to school in CB2. And overwhelmingly tonight, like I think one person from CB2 supported this resolution. The other 15 did not. The other people, the ones who wanted it came from CB1, CB3, CB5, paid lobbyists. We're here to represent our community, not people from outside, as well-meaning as they may be. So I'm going to support my community. I'm going to vote no on this.
Thank you, Sean. Is there anyone else who would like to speak who hasn't spoken yet? Ben Listman?
Thanks. Yeah, I was really impressed with the improvements that the DOT added onto the design after immense community feedback, and I really do credit Amy with getting a lot of that out there. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think between 8th and 10th Streets, I think the bike lanes are even narrower.
They're narrowed at the intersection, as they narrow to force you to slow down.
Yeah, so at the entrances and exits on either sides for a good stretch, they're kind of pinched there. So people will be slowing down there. They even put rumble strips in on a good stretch of that in that section as well. Lots of signage. I was really impressed with what they came back to the committee with. You know, I'm certainly open to you know, a protected bike lane on Broadway, but the reality is it doesn't seem like that's going to happen anytime soon, and a fully connected stretch is more preferable. So I'm voting yes.
Susan Gammy?
Yeah, just quickly, I want to say that it's important to note that DOT made some significant changes in direct response to the community here. That the first time this was presented to us, it really felt to me personally like a fait accompli. Because of the committee's questioning and comments from the public, the DOT came back with more information, but not really with a lot of changes. And it was only after the community came out in large numbers and signed a petition that, there was a petition with 500 signatures, and there was clear response from the community that the DOT had to come back and respond to what they heard from the community. And I walked into the business session, fully prepared to not support this resolution and very positively surprised to see the extent to which they modified the proposal in direct response to the community concern and to, frankly, Amy's tremendous organization within the community. But there was movement here. So I just want to make sure that everybody is clear that this isn't a binary, we don't listen to the community spoke, the community board didn't listen, that DOT didn't listen. There has been a process here, and it's been a process of change. Whether
Thank
it's
you.
enough change is a subject to debate, but there has been change.
Mar, you had your hand raised?
Hi, yeah, I'm gonna vote.
Hi.
Hi, I'm gonna vote yes on this resolution. As you know, somebody who bikes a lot in the city and particularly in that area, I will say that Broadway is a disaster and it is terrifying. And I will also say that people are already going north and south on 4th Avenue. So if it could be implemented in an organized manner, that would be great. And I think we all just need to learn to look both ways.
I already do that.
Are we, is there any further discussion on this? Carter?
Chenault is.
I'm trying to go to, oh, well, sorry, I didn't see it. I've called on Carter, so. Oh, okay, Chenault, but Carter doesn't have a
I just
microphone.
want to
Chenault.
be clear that if I vote yes on this resolution, I am not supporting a two-way bike lane on Broadway.
No, there's no two-way bike lane on Broadway if the resolution basically would support the southbound portion on Broadway that would go from 14th to Astor Place. The
That's what-
two-way is going on Lafayette.
I'm sorry, then on Lafayette.
Yes.
If I vote
the-
yes on this, I'm supporting two ways on Lafayette, correct?
Just to be clear, our board has already supported two-way from
I'm
Prince
asking
to
about
Astor
my
Place.
vote tonight.
Yes, you would reiterate our proposal from last time and also ask the city to look at doing the southbound portion on Broadway from 14th to Astor Place.
Carter, did you get a microphone?
Yes, I did. Thank you. So a couple of things. One, I corrected the chair of the committee at the meeting on this, but the amenity lane cannot be accessed by dropping off vehicles. It is on the other side of a parking lane. And to just go to talk about how great DOT is, one just needs to go right over here to 3rd Street. What a disaster that is. And that's what we asked for with an amenity lane. And what do we get in there? Everybody parking there, because guess what? It's not programmed. And that's why we need to study from DOT before we implement an amenity zone. It will be more dangerous than safe first for those 9 months. We need a plan of what they're going to do block by block. And look at what happens there. Nothing. It's been years at this point, you know, what's happening on 3rd Street. And that's protected so that people have to drive in the bike lane to get to the parking spots that are there. And that is incredibly dangerous. And it's the same for drop-offs. Trucks can't drop off into a parking lane, into the amenity zone if they have to cross a parking lane. It's just not physically possible to get to that area. It's very unusual, and I had mentioned this before, but I just want to be a little bit more clear. The council member tells us what they're thinking and asks us to support the community in what they have said. It usually goes the other way. That's very, very unusual that we're told that. And that's because of the overwhelming outpouring of his constituents. And his constituency is actually larger than the community board. So I think that we should maybe work together with our electeds on this matter. Another thing with Lafayette Street, most people don't realize it's also a bus lane and it's a major artery. And I think that, well, I'd like to propose some changes to the resolution. And unfortunately, I get to do that.
We could be respectful.
And I'd like to change, propose the change, and therefore be it resolved that Manhattan Community, that therefore be it resolved, there is no number. It's the beginning of the therefore be it resolved.
Therefore be it resolved.
The Manhattan Community Board 2 supports and add in elements of New York City Department of Transportation, and the rest continues, and then at the end of retain public space and opposes some elements. And then in number 5, request that DOT expeditiously evaluate, plan, present to CB2, and this is in regards to the bike lane on Broadway from Bleecker to West 4th. The proposal advanced by local stakeholders, which is what Council Member Epstein had asked us to do, and at the end of that, and implement that plan if there is a favorable recommendation, meaning after they present it to CB2. And then also add in after number 5 to move to the proposed southbound bike lane from 4th Avenue to Broadway and cross Astor Place or East 4th Street to Lafayette Street, which would create the southbound lane. And then in number 6, which is in response to community concerns regarding DOT's plan to remove one travel lane on Lafayette Street between Prince and 8th Street, DOT will suspend removal of any travel lanes between Prince Street and East 8th Street until a comprehensive study of the corridor needs is completed, showing alternate needs to the 2 existing travel lanes and parking lanes that show whether an amenity lane is required, and evaluate the impacts on the 3 and evaluate the impacts of the 3 new buildings proposed for Great Jones Street. Remove the section on temporarily remove the lane on a trial basis. That's the first bullet point. And then on the second bullet point, continuously monitor and evaluate the changes with the addition of a 2-way bike lane. Remove the third bullet point. And then for number 7, DOT should evaluate parking regulations to encourage, I can read all this if people want, but I'm assuming that people don't want all the details of that are already printed. And then for number 8, DOT should pause on implementation of any amenity zones and evaluate and study the needs to determine if any of the amenity zone uses would be beneficial to meeting needs for this area. And then it has the same list. And then at the end of that, and then present the results to CB2 at a future meeting. Then in the, let's see, my copy has a double print of this page. Oh, no, that's it. And then in the, after 16, in the be it further resolved, CB2 supports implementation of the project with the above modifications and asks DOT to return to CB2 within 9 months with operational feedback on the bike lane change and statistics on the impact of all the changes. And then in the list, the list includes pedestrians, local students, cyclists, residents, small businesses, emergency vehicle, bus speeds, traffic congestion, and add personal and commercial vehicles, including near venues open late at night, with the recommendation for potential revisions. That's it.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second to then? Okay, we have a second from Susan Kent. So now we have this proposed amendment on the floor. Any discussion on the proposed amendment? Will, can we get a microphone to Will?
I mailed those because it's hard for me to follow everything, so I'm not sure what I'm voting.
It was what that's a great question. It was what I should have led with that. I'm sorry, you're correct. It's moving the bike lane from 4th to Broadway for the southbound portion, having it cross back over on Astor or on East 4th. So that's the southbound leg of that, and suspending the reduction in the reduction of the travel lanes on Lafayette Street between Prince and 8th Street, and asking for DOT to first, before creating this large amenity zone, actually tell us some proposed uses, so it's not just striped empty space that gets used by whoever.
Can I
Is
just
there
make
any
a,
additional discussion?
yeah, I do have some discussion.
Okay.
I'm totally open to these changes. I just want to be clear that I called you twice on Friday, May 15th, twice on Tuesday, May 26th, twice on May 27th. You called me back, and then I called you back, and we connected, and we talked on the
Oh,
phone
we need
for a long
call
time.
log, but let's move this.
No, I'm just
And
saying
you're
that.
right, and you didn't include the public discussion in the reso, which is laughable, given the number of NoHo residents that came out.
So if
after
we
you
could
changed it
move this
last night.
along, maybe the call log and all that, can we move this along? Discussion on this amendment, Nina?
Yeah, I do not support the amendment. I think the resolution is written, it's well written, and I think I like that in the current resolution, we implement we recommend the DOT to implement what was suggested and then see how it works within 9 months versus doing a study, which is hypothetical. I would rather we make the changes and then see how it works. So I do not support the amendment.
Thank you so much. Is there any further discussion on the amendment proposed? Okay, we are coming up on our time here, folks. So, is there any further discussion on this amendment?
Can I suggest we vote on 2 and 3 and then vote on this? Because
We're gonna
need
do
a roll
no.
call vote.
So this is on the floor,
No.
so we really can't take that, it would be out of order. So, I'm sorry, you wanted a roll call vote on you're asking for a roll call vote on the amendment? Okay, a roll call vote on the amendment. Please go, Donna.
Same time. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm assuming you can hear me. Okay, hang on a sec. All right, Susanna Aaron? Yeah. Will Banesh? Keem Berger?
No to the amendment.
Carter Booth? Amy Brenna? Rich Cacapolo? Nina Chen?
No.
Valerie De La Rosa?
Yes.
Chris Dignas? Arturo Fernandez? Mar Fitzgerald?
No.
Susan Gammy? No. Hang on a second. Okay, David Cooper's not here. Susan Kent? Janine Kiley?
No.
Patricia Laria?
No.
Janet Liff? Ben Listman? Ed Ma? Ed Ma?
We're not here.
Okay. All right,
Let's
I'm
move along.
going. Brian Pape? Brian?
No.
Donna Raftery, yes. Bo Riccobono?
No.
Rocio Sands? Shirley Secunda? Eddie Siegel?
Yes, Edmond. Yes.
Okay. So wait, Eddie Siegel is no, and Ed Ma is yes. Okay. Sean Sweeney. Sean? Susan Wittenberg?
No. Edma, yes.
I got you, Ed.
Thank
Anthony
you.
Wong?
他说了，
Anthony?
为什么你照相一下没有？刚刚
Ed,
有
can you please mute yourself? Eugene, you?
Yes.
Okay. No, Chenault, Spence,
No.
okay. So if everything worked right, I think we have, that can't, I don't know, that, well, there's 20 no's and 22 yeses, so I need to look and see, because that doesn't. 22 yeses? Yeah, that's what it's, and what that's, no, I know, so I'm just trying to see. Well, hang on one second. So why?
As you know, we are down a secretary and assistant secretary. So
I don't.
again, please,
this
thank you
this
for your
way.
patience. We want it to be accurate.
Excuse me. This doesn't, why is it, can I take it out? Oh, wait, hang on a second. Okay, give me 1 second. See if this makes a difference. Just bear with me, guys, because I'm not my job, you think? See if this suits somebody else. Okay. And, okay. So now I have 8 yeses and 19 noes and 1 abstention. Does that sound closer? Yes.
Great. So that does not pass. We still have the resolution on the floor. Is there any unwillingness to vote on the resolution?
Okay, so now we have to do this again.
Okay, so we're voting on resolution number 1. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Oh, close.
Can you just take the noes?
Okay.
No, just take the noes. Let's just take the noes. No? You okay? Ask, fine. We are voting on resolution number 1 as
No
presented.
changes.
No changes. So
Okay, Susanna Aaron. Okay. Okay, Will Banesh. Keen Berger,
Yes.
Carter Booth. Amy Brenna,
Yes.
Rich Cacapolo. Valerie De La Rosa,
no.
Chris Dignas. Arturo Fernandez. Maura Fitzgerald.
Yes.
又来了，
Okay. Susan Gammy.
你可以了，要见，
Susan
好，可以了
Kent. No.
可以可以。
Janine Kiley.
Yes.
Tricia Laria.
Yes.
Janet Liff. Benjamin Listman.
Yeah.
Ed Ma.
Yes.
Okay. Brian Pape. Yes. Donna Raftery, no. Bo Riccobono. Lucia Sands. Shirley Secunda. Eddie Siegel. Chenault Spence.
No.
Sean Sweeney. Susan Wittenberg.
Yes.
Anthony Wong. Eugene Yu. Okay, so if I did that right. What? Oh, Nina Chen, hang on.
Yes.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so if I did this right, I have 20 yeses, 7 nos, and I think I have 1 abstention. That Susanna abstained, yes. Is that, huh? Is that? Yep. So that's
We'll
1
take it
1
off the
yes, 7
dais.
no, and 1 abstain. Okay,
Okay. So passes.
so it passes.
So passes. Great. So then we have, so 2 to 4. So that's one last roll call vote, and that's our number 2 and 3. And that's the end of our business session.
All right, so now we're doing,
You want to call out number? Oh, apologies. Which one would you like to call out? Don't be sorry. I hear it all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's vote on, is there any unwillingness to vote on resolution number 2?
That's the
Seeing
city and
none.
school.
This is the city of school. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Recusals?
I abstain, Mar,
On what? Or number
On-
2?
on 2, the Clarkson
Okay.
Street open street.
No. Number 2 is city of schools.
Yeah, city
For
as
Play Street?
school, right,
Okay.
that's the,
is that the Clarkson Street open
that's
street?
exactly what I just
Clarkson
said.
Open Street.
Yeah.
Yes, Sean? Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's been recorded unless someone unless someone would like to reopen the vote. Okay. Next, item number 3, which,
So that's it, right? Nobody
Mm.
recused? We just have Mara
oh, I'm
abstaining?
sorry, abstain, recusal. Any recusals? We have 1 abstention. Any recusals on number 2? Seeing none. Now we will go to number 3. That will be a roll call vote, but now that is open for discussion.
So now how do we do this? Okay.
Yep, Susanna?
I just wanted to, I'm going to vote against this resolution, and I just wanted to express why. I think that open streets, in my experience, mostly benefits a single private business restaurant that is not actually a public establishment. You have to pay to go to these things. I think that our sidewalks in this district amply satisfy the need of pedestrians. And had this resolution had more qualifications in terms of places where we do support it and places where we don't support it, I would have supported that resolution. But this is just sort of a blanket open, this is a great thing and we should expand it. And I just don't agree with that. So I'm voting no.
It's specifically supporting 16 open streets, 5 of which I believe are for schools.
I understand, except that the others are the meatpacking bid, which is a commercial establishment that really primarily represents and aids as a commercial establishments, which is its membership. And what I see on Christopher Street and Waverly Place, I see Morandi gets the benefit of that. 2 bars on Christopher Street get the benefit of that. 3 bars on Waverly Place. To me, it seems like a giveaway of our streets for 3 private restaurants or 5 or 10 private restaurants. I just don't think that's a public use. So that's just my opinion.
Any further discussion on agenda item number 3? So any unwillingness to vote on agenda item number 3? This will be our last vote and our roll call vote. Donna?
Let's see if I can handle this. Okay. Okay. So, Suzanne Aaron and Will Banesh, Keem Berger,
Yes.
and somebody, Carter Booth, okay. Amy Brenna, Rich Cacapolo. Okay. Valerie De La Rosa,
Yes.
Chris Dignes, Arturo Fernandez, Okay. Mar Fitzgerald? Mar?
No? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Susan Gammy? Susan Kent? Okay, Janine Kiley? Patricia Laria? Patricia?
Yes.
Janet Liff? Benjamin Lissman? Ed Ma?
Yes. Yes.
Brian Pape?
你不能弄好不好？我急死了，你不讲。
Donna Raftery, I'm going to recuse myself because I'm on the meatpacking bid, voting member. Bo Riccobono? Yes. Rocio Sands? Shirley Secunda? Yes. Eddie Siegel? Sean Sweeney? Anthony Wong? Yes. Susan Wittenberg?
Yes.
And Eugene Yu?
I wasn't called.
Eugene was
I'm sorry,
abstained.
Chenault. Wait, hang on one second. Just because he's marked as absent here. So Eugene Yu is abstaining. Okay. And then,
Chenault.
Chenault?
No,
Chenault?
no.
Okay.
I wasn't called either.
Excuse me?
Nina Chen?
Yes.
Okay.
So Nina's yes, Chenault's no. There is an abstention somewhere.
Their abstention is.
Is there a motion to adjourn? Or do we, oh, wait, is there any,
Can I
I'm
just-
sorry.
I'm not used to
She's not
this. So
done.
could you just give me a second so it's not messed up? Arturo Fernandez and Eugene Yu have abstained. I have Susanna Aaron, Mar, and Sean Sweeney as no. And I have myself and Carter Booth as recusing. And everybody else I have as yes.
I'm no.
Is there any new
Chenault is no.
business?
Chenault is a no.
Yeah, Chenault's a no. Is
Yeah.
there any new business? Seeing none, is there a motion to adjourn?
Wait, Sean Sweeney.
Oh, I'm sorry. He was a no.
He was a no too.
He was a
Okay,
no.
Okay.
Is there a second? All those in favor? Thank you. Please turn off the recording.
Huh?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, Susanna.
Could you please turn off the recording?
Take it back.
Thank you.